everyone. I am going to call this meeting to order. There are a couple of housekeeping items that I need to take care of that were missed in the early morning session. Mr. City Clerk, I would like to co-sponsor RE5. And also, I understand there's an appointment to the Bayfront Management Trust, BC4.
Yes, thank you, Chair. BC4, Bayfront Park Management Trust, Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla will be reappointing Mercedes Rodriguez with a forfeits employment waiver.
Second, all in favor? Motion passes.
Yes, I'm an aye.
Okay, and another housekeeping matter. I understand that there is a conflict for our redistricting meeting to take place on February 25th. There's a timing issue, and one of our colleagues will not be able to attend at 10 a.m. Is there a better time for us?
At 12 o'clock?
Does everybody agree? 12? Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. City Clerk?
Yes. So the first thing I will need is that if there could be a motion to rescind resolution number R-22-0031.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
And if there could be a new resolution, or a new motion, excuse me, for a resolution that will call for the special meeting on February 25th, Friday, February 25th at 12 p.m. A special meeting is pertaining to the purpose of taking in any all actions related to the redistricting of city commission districts, including but not limited to the drafting of any related maps and boundaries.
So move. I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. We can resume our discussion of FR4, where we left off. The
Yes,
Miami Baywalk.
I was asking for, because I want clarification on how this is going to affect. As I stated, it is my concern that this could be misused, and at the same time, that part of the land that has been granted to the city as part of the Baywalk, it could be extended, and could be taken, once they call it park, or it is assigned to park, they are taken out of the tax roll. And that could have a negative effect. Also, I would like to place some constraint that if anybody comes to one of our parks and take a piece of park, that they cannot use this, what's called linear parks or medians, in order, whatever is green, in order to use it as a replacement for net loss. And that is my concern, and that's why I wanted to make clear that won't happen, because if not, I cannot vote in favor of this.
Commissioner Russell?
Thank you. I think legal would be best to answer the question about whether this would change the taxable land of the private property. It's not intended
If there is a possibility without...
I'd like to make sure it doesn't. I'd like to make sure that your concern there is taken care of. The second part, I, as the seconder of the motion, would not accept that amendment.
Okay.
But if the city attorney's office could clarify on the tax issue.
On the tax issue, we haven't found any evidence that it would change the taxable nature, but between first and second, we'll do plenty more research just to confirm that.
Are you placing limits on the amount of land that could be used? Because as it is now, I could have my whole backyard, if I have one of those buildings, and say, well, that this is part of the Baywalk, and I'm going to declare this parkland, and this parkland,
Thank you. Madam Chair?
and what it will do, you see all those little pieces, what it will do, it will increase the parkland, you see, as if it were really parked, and it will also be used by any person or any company that will come, let's say, to Western Park, and the city decides to give them a tract of land, they can use any one of these, whatever green space they have, and as a substitute for not net loss. And that is my concern, and that's it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
I would be willing to amend between first and second with regard to the taxable language to address that explicitly, that there is, that this shall not affect the taxable nature of the land. This is not creating any, it's like an easement. And so that I would find to be perfectly good. What was the other thing? There are very specific guidelines already within the code and the charter that define the Baywalk, so it can't be anywhere anyone wants. It's the first 25 feet of width, has to be given for public access during certain hours, and then the next 25 feet is a buffer, a landscaping buffer for the private property owner's privacy. So my intention is just where we have the easement, only where we have public access. And there is greenery there. Yeah, there's a lot of concrete. But you and I, when we ribbon cut the skate park, there wasn't a blade of grass in there, but you looked at me and said, you know what, this is a park. And there was 300 kids there that day. So that's my hope, that we create an active space that we can help manage, program, and push forward to get completed. But I agree with you, we don't want to lose anything off the tax rolls. We don't want to take anyone's rights of development away. We want to make sure that this is simply good.
But when you talk about the linear park, you're including as part of a park the concrete in which, that it's part of the Baywalk.
Yes.
You see, that is my, and you are just adding parkland inventory by including those it's 8 feet or something like that of concrete also.
Okay, well, I have a
Can I?
motion and a second,
Yes.
and
I accept the amendment. If I could just make a brief comment.
please,
I agree that this should not be taken from the tax roll. I think that's a valid point, and I thank you for
Commissioner Carollo.
bringing it out. Commissioner Reyes, I think that's just a very good point, and that should be part of the second reading. The area that I don't agree with is that we don't make it part of the overall amount of park space we have in the city. And how I look at it is in the same way that I've always looked at, for instance, Mel Reese Golf Course. Yeah, it's green space, but the only way that you could get into it would be if you would pay to go play golf. And this, you don't even have to pay to get through it. So it's, well, we could have difference, and, we could both be right, we could both be wrong, but that's my opinion of this. That's why that part of it, I don't look at it that way.
Yes, and you also have pools that you have to pay to swim.
Yeah.
And people say, well, not everybody plays golf, and we know everybody owns a boat, and we have marinas.
Yeah.
And you have to pay to have the marina in there. You see, because of that, we are not going to destroy it. You see, what I'm saying is that we cannot use, we shouldn't be using this 5 mile of linear park in order to, you mentioned Mel Reese, to replace the net loss of Mel Reese, for example.
Look, I look at it way beyond Mel Reese.
No, but you are the one that mentioned it, not me.
I mention it
That's right.
because that's the best example that I could give about areas that we're including as parks but are not parks because people cannot get in there unless they pay a higher amount to get in.
But it is a
Then-
park.
Well, it all depends who you're asking. You say it's a park, it's a golf course.
It's a golf course.
It's a golf course that you can only get into it if you pay a high fee to go into it.
A pool is part of a park too, and you have to pay to swim in that pool.
Gentlemen,
But anyway, the bottom line is that I'd look at the linear parks, just like I'd look at Mel Reese, that you should include it
Yes, I know.
in the overall parkland
Listen,
amount that you look at it.
that is your opinion.
Right, and I respect yours.
And
I respect
that's
yours.
your opinion. You think that is any linear park and any green space could be used to replace not that loss for Melrose. I mean, that is your opinion.
Well, this
okay,
is,
gentlemen,
this is not having to do with Mel Reese per se.
But
This has
that's-
to do
that's- you just
with
mentioned
yeah,
You
but-
keep on mentioning.
okay,
but I didn't
gentlemen,
say that it had to do with Mel Reese. I made the comparison of something different than what you're talking about.
But-
It appears the one that wants to look at it for a different reason than Mel Reese, it's maybe you, but I'm looking, and this is how I look at things, in the long run for the city. You know, for 100 years from now, when you and I, nor any of us will be
Well,
here.
you won't be here,
it's
I'll
a-
be here.
It's, well, yeah, maybe, in tomb, like one of the pharaohs, but that's the only way you or anyone else could be here from 100 years from now.
But that's exactly what I'm saying, that I don't want in the future, in the future, that somebody can take a piece of any of our park and it will use any green space as a replacement for not that loss. That's why I want to limit, to see what can be used and what not be used.
So-
It is not because of bad reason, because there are other parks that can be built and they can use it, you see?
Yeah,
Well,
that's a
gentlemen-
fair statement,
but,
but the one that we're in firm agreement on is that whatever we call it, that it should not be taken off the tax rolls. That we're in
That's
firm agreement.
absolutely. So let's see the will of the body. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Chair?
The
Oh.
city attorney has a couple of amendments she'd like to do
And she has
between
to
first
read
and
this into
second.
the record. Go ahead.
Thank you. In 38-249, we're going to remove the intent language. We're not going to intend, we're going to say exactly what it is, so it's just taking out the intent, the word intent in there. In 38-253, and we're going to, I believe we misnumbered it, so we have to fix the numberings of the article, but we're gonna talk about the deviation language in both those paragraphs in the 253s, and fix the numbering to specifically say what we're gonna deviate from. And I believe that is it on the changes between first and second.
And can you read the title into the record?
Yes. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 38 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended titled Parks and Recreation, more particularly by adding Article 7 titled Miami Baywalk Greenway along Biscayne Bay to provide for the Miami Baywalk Greenway along Biscayne Bay, providing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 No.
Motion passes 4-1 as amended.
Thank you. We are now with the discussion items. Are there any items that any of you would like to defer, withdraw?
Okay, let me go on the discussion item. D1, of course.
That was
yeah.
withdrawn.
We have D2, we have D3. Can we leave D3 if we have to take it today to the end of the meeting?
Sure.
Okay, so,
When you say end of the meeting, after the PZ items, or?
Yeah, after PC items.
Okay. Does everyone agree with that?
Yes.
Yes? Commissioner Reyes?
What?
Do you agree with,
Yes, we're gonna be
Okay.
here anyways,
Yeah,
okay,
and then D4, and D5. You ready? Okay.
okay. So can I have a motion for, you want to discuss D4 and D5?
Yes?
You want to discuss D4 and D5? Okay, hold on, and that's gonna go, and so what's left is D2, the underlying project presentation. Is there anyone here from the underlying?
I believe Ms. Daly was here. Meg?
Madam Chair, I believe Commissioner Regalado had reached out as well.
She is not able to attend, but representatives from the underlying will be here.
Agreed.
No.
Hold on one second, I'm sorry, I have to turn that on. Go right ahead.
We were under the understanding that Commissioner Regalado was going to be here at 5 o'clock.
No, she advised me that she is not able to attend, but, I don't have my mic on, I'm sorry. She advised me that she is not able to attend. We talked about deferring the item to the next meeting, but she said that you guys were here and wanted to move forward, so.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay.
Perfect, what, are they going or are they not going?
Yeah, because I don't know what this is. Why is it starting in here? So this is perfect, so she can read her comments.
And how quickly should I read that? How quickly should I read it?
¿Cuántos mandan?
Sorry.
How many trees will chop on this? My goodness.
Also, I have. Perfect.
This is from the trees.
And I think that you may be able to do this. Okay. Yes, we do. Thank you.
Meg,
cold.
how many trees did you remove from the underline for this? Oh, okay, that's very important, okay. Because
Is this-
I overheard one of my colleagues and the city manager
this com-
discussing how many trees were removed.
Is this recycled paper or is it gonna be recycled? Okay. Wow.
Required that we bring, it was required that we bring 5 sets. So,
Oh my God, so there's more
Bunch
trees?
of trees here.
I just got a call from Commissioner Regalado and said she can be here in 30 minutes, so if we can take up something else until she gets here. Commissioner Carollo, would you like to take up D4? So if you could have a seat and,
I really would like you up for these. And on let me see. Did I put January?
Would you like for us to be seated?
Yes, please.
I
Commissioner
apologize.
Regalado will be here in
Great,
30 minutes.
thank you.
Did I put January 5th or did I put January 6th in the agenda?
It's
I'm
January.
confused now. I hear 6 so much these days, more than 5th.
I think it was January 6th that you put on the agenda.
Mr. Manager, do we have the chief or an assistant chief from the police department? Maybe they didn't think that this was coming at this time, and I understand that, but do we have anyone from the PD here?
I think they went to get him.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Manny Morales.
Good afternoon, Chief. How are you? Mr. Manager, can I ask the chief
Have at him.
questions?
Have at him, whatever you need.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Chief, on the incident that happened on January 5th, a car accident that one of our commissioners was in the vehicle, not driving, and when I heard and found out that there had been an accident, I was at 8th Street in Versailles. My sergeant of arms was being asked to assist at the time. I did not know if there were injuries and to the extent of those potential injuries. All that I was told that someone was feeling their knee. And on my way, being taken home, the accident happened in my district. I passed 27th Avenue. Next street was Beacon, that is, you know, on 8th Street. The minute you pass 27th, you're right in Beacon. And just to my left was the accident on 7th Street. So I stopped by, like I think any elected official will do. First of all, whether it was an elected commissioner or not, when I see lights in my district, that there's anything going on, specifically an accident, I will go by and see. Not necessarily will I speak to anyone if I could see myself what's going on. But in this case, it was a city commissioner, and it's got nothing to do whether we're best of friends or we're the worst of political enemies. It's got to do with common decency, that if one of us up here is involved in an accident and we happen to be going right by there, that we stop by to see if they're okay, if our city personnel is okay, if others that were involved in the accidents were okay. And frankly, God was with everybody involved in that accident, because from what I remember that I observed in both vehicles, it was an ugly accident. There was a major impact on both vehicles. So having said that, there are people that I don't know if I would call them anarchists. They're just bad people. I know some are being paid like they've had for a long time because they don't have any way to make a living except getting their little $200 or $500 so they could put little stories out and be trying to undermine this whole city. But it's obvious that there were individuals within the city, and I believe some not at least one or more in uniform, sworn officers, were part of the ones that try to work with others to harm this city. And I don't want to hurt Commissioner Diaz-Portilla's ego, but he wasn't by far anywhere near the top and the main target. The main target was you, Chief. The second target was me. The third target was the city attorney. And I think maybe you hit fourth. And all this commotion and lies that were put out that I had called you on that day, which we both know I never called you, and that could be easily proven by any investigation, that I was telling commanders and supervisors there to do certain things, giving them orders, when I never got out of the car, and any body cam that those officers had would clearly show that I never gave any command to anyone, and I never left the vehicle. In fact, I was there for a very short time. But you're the main target because
Yes, sir.
a handful of these people, they don't want to see you be police chief or anything in the world. They're hoping that by having created this whole brouhaha, it would buy them time so that the manager would then be concerned about naming you permanent chief, and it would buy them time to see how much more dirt and lies they could throw against you and against others in this government to try to create this anarchy that they're trying to create in hurting the city. And that was the whole reason why we've had individuals come up with such lies. So having said that, my purpose of putting this in the agenda is twofold. One, Chief, I want to see as quickly as it could be possible, and not a day after, reports of the accident be made public. All the cam recorders, video that were taken, made public. Because this city's got nothing to hide. I have nothing to hide. I don't think anybody who was there has anything to hide. Because from what I saw, there was nothing to hide. And at the same time, once you're able to, I would like to see an internal affairs investigation on anyone that would have violated many of our different internal rules and regulations in the police department and in the city as a whole. Because you cannot have this kind of actions, that my God, an elected official is involved in a car accident where he could have been hurt very badly, and thank God he wasn't, nor the driver, nor any other passenger. And it wasn't their fault, they weren't even driving. And all these lies are created and being thrown out, and all kinds of false stories are being put out, which is, you know, Chief, I'll be honest with you, how can any of us feel at ease if we're out anywhere in our city and with a handful of these guys, and we don't even know who they are in this little clique, that are upset because they were going to be in the inn when that other guy was around, and they're not anymore because he's not around, and he ain't coming back no matter what they think. And we're involved in, God forbid, any kind of incident out there, and we're going to have people that work for us that instead of coming to assist like they would any normal resident, instead are going to come to see how they can hurt and defame any of us? So this is something that's totally unacceptable in any American city or in any democracy. And I want you to be very clear that the minute any kind of investigation that's being conducted on this is finished, I personally want to file a complaint with Internal Affairs and with the city manager to see what other avenues we have through civil service or any other within our city government to get to the bottom line of quite a few things that I won't get into it here, because I don't want those boys trying to do away with evidence. But one, Chief, I'm asking publicly for any reports, any body cams that recorded video, people speaking, to be made public as soon as you possibly could do that. And two, once everything's finalized, I want an internal investigation. And that's all that I really have to say, Chief, on this.
So, Commissioners, as you mentioned, our Internal Affairs is working very closely with the State Attorney's Office and FTLE to expedite the investigation. As you mentioned, I wasn't able to get into any details. I am the principal in that investigation, and nobody other than myself is looking forward more to the conclusion and the details of the investigation will be made public. So not only the details can come to light, but also for my name to be clear of all the allegations.
But Chief, why are you a principal? Because an anonymous email is sent out, and the one that publishes is a 7-time convicted felon in 3 states that is the biggest pay-for-play blogger, Twitter account holder in the state of Florida, that claim that I called you and there was some conspiracy of some sort between you and I to keep people's names from a police report. I mean, my God, what are we coming to? But if I would want to give any kind of report to some of these same agencies, they would want me to go under oath. They would want me to swear in 20 Bibles, be interviewed in all kinds of different ways that, and you get some mental sick jerk sitting from his home that's got nothing else to do with his time outside of taking his medication, and they send an anonymous complaint, lying and defaming, and all of a sudden, that takes attention. You know, I'm really flabbergasted what our city and our process has come to here. But I think I've been, without anyone being able to say that I've done anything to breach the integrity of the investigation. I've been clear enough in my statements, and Mr. Manager, is there anything else that you would require from me for the request that I made of when this is all done, for this to be fully investigated?
No, it's very clear. The chief understands, he and I have had conversations about this as well. Once we are clear of the investigation and the opportunity to do our own have our own internal process, we will begin to do so immediately.
Commissioner Carollo,
Yes.
would you like to make a resolution so you have the full weight of this body behind you?
I would, Madam Chair, and thank you. I wasn't going to do that, but I think, that there should be a resolution to that effect, where the full weight of this commission is heard. Because, look, this could be any of us, this could be future commissions. You can't have a handful of individuals that frankly have been the ones committing crimes here for some time, where neither Chief Colina before, nor the deputy chief, nor any of the assistant chiefs knew what was going on because they were involved in black ops operation. And some of those operations were against people sitting up here. Okay?
Okay, so,
And, right now, any one of us could be out in the street, any incident happens, and we have to be concerned as to whom comes from our own department that instead of coming to assist like they would an irregular resident, they're going to come to see how they could defame and harm us. I mean, this, I don't know what better example we could have. This is a car accident that, we're very lucky nobody was hurt. And all of a sudden, they're trying to make it appear that an elected official involved in the car accident, another elected official that just came to make sure that everyone was fine, committed crimes. They're trying to get the police chief involved. They're trying to get the city attorney involved. And, one of the things, and I'm going to say it here, maybe next meeting, but it'll be in the March meeting. From up here, so that all these fine investigators from other agencies that claim they want to investigate so much, I'm going to show tens of thousands of dollars that have been spent in my former recall effort, and a little bit in this election, that didn't go through any campaign, didn't go through any PAC. I don't want to harm any other people that spend that money. I just want to find out who put the money in illegally. And other monies that, based upon information and belief, was laundered. And so far, I'm counting maybe around $200,000, maybe more. And everybody wants to talk nowadays about voter fraud. Well, I'm going to show in this election that I just ran, and I won by 65%, so no one could say that I'm a sore loser. That some of these same people that were being paid from all this money against me, and against some of us, frankly, they voted fraudulently in this election in the city of Miami when they didn't live in the city of Miami. And some of these same characters have been doing it in the past. So I'm hoping this committee that the governor says is going to be created, and I don't know where it's at in the legislature, gets formed right away, because I'm giving them the first clients. The very first clients. So I hope somebody lets the governor know, lets the committee know, that Joe Carollo's got the first clients for them, where they're not going to have to do much, just bring handcuffs, because I'm going to give them all the evidence of real voter fraud, of people that voted in an election that did not live in the city of Miami.
So we have a do I have a motion for the
There's a motion.
resolution?
I will move it.
Second. So we have a resolution for the city manager to direct staff to provide reports regarding the incident that occurred on January 5th.
All the reports, all the body cam, as soon as this city possibly can, to be made public. Copies to the elected officials, copies to anyone in the public that would like them. Secondly, once this whole investigation is finished, for our city, whether it's strictly through internal affairs and the rules and regulations that I believe have been violated in the City of Miami Police Department, or any other rules and regulations of the city in general, to have an investigation to see who might have violated some of these rules.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Public comment.
Anyone here for public comment on this item? Seeing no one, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Russell, all opposed? Oh, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Carollo.
Well, this is not for you, Commissioner, and I'm being very
Thank you for
frank.
for the city of Miami.
This is for every elected official that the city has. This is for our good administrators and directors. Not all are that good, but we have good people that do not need to be smeared and defamed falsely, and for future
Correct.
people that come to the city.
Would you like to take up DI 5 now?
Yes, I
Status
would,
on
as we're waiting
homelessness?
for Commissioner
Regalado.
Regalado to arrive. Let me go in DI 5 and Mr. Manager, who else do we have that can assist you from the homeless issues that we've been speaking about for some time?
So we have, obviously, our Human Services Department as well as police, which have both been actively involved in addressing the issue and are available for a update as well as to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Let me go first, because, Mr. Manager, I want you, I want our directors and police chief, and our residents to be able to see everything that this commission has been doing for some time in trying to resolve the homeless situation in Miami in the way that we have it. And let me begin by reading ordinance and resolutions that have been passed by this body. Ordinance 13907, it was sponsored by Commissioner Reyes and myself, amending Chapter 25, creating Article 2, large group feedings and regulations for street and public large group feedings. Ordinance 14032, sponsored by me, prohibition of encampments on public property providing penalties. Resolution R21-0160, sponsored by Commissioner Carollo, directing the city manager to have coordination and frequency among City of Miami departments to facilitate bi-weekly cleanings of areas considered to be hotspots of recurring homeless encampments for purpose of improving cleanliness of streets and sidewalks. Resolution R21-0194, sponsored by Commissioner Reyes. Implement training programs for Miami PD to provide instruction centered on the guidelines set forth in the International Chiefs of Police publication, Practice in Modern Policing in Vulnerable Populations, in order to improve upon how the Miami Police Department responds to calls for service relating to cities' homeless populations. Resolution R21-0372, sponsored by Commissioner Carollo, directing city manager to enhance coordination among city departments to do cleanings at certain known hotspots locations for recurring homeless encampments with the purpose of improving cleanliness of city streets and sidewalks. Resolution R21-0373, sponsored by Commissioner Carollo, directing the city manager to designate an area in the city providing for permitting temporary encampments or other shelters options for homeless individuals. Resolution R-21-0379, directing city manager to request that Miami Police Department district commanders place emphasis on homeless issues, particular to each district, and endeavor to secure available shelter or alternative housing arrangements for homeless persons. Direct city manager to take all lawful action to prevent health hazards in the city caused by encampments of homeless communities on sidewalks. Resolution R21-0457, sponsor Commissioner Carollo, directing city manager to establish and adopt or sponsor a homeless person assistance program to provide aid to homeowners in the city of Miami that are willing to assist the local homeless population by welcoming a homeless individual into their homes to live with them by providing bed, daily essentials such as food, water, electricity, and other necessities. Also directing manager to review all options to obtain grants from Miami-Dade County Homeless Trust or other similar agencies to provide reimbursement to participants of the program on an as-need basis. Now, all these ordinances or resolutions were approved, I believe, unanimously by all of us. Certainly, the bulk of them were at the very minimum 4/5 votes. And as you can see, this is a lot that this commission has approved to try to give our city the tools to go out there and improve the situation, not just for the homeless individuals, but for our residents that are not homeless also. And I'm sorry that I had to go through so many of these, but it's important for the administration to hear them and to understand that, look, this is not just one or two things that we've been putting out there. This is a total of 8 different resolutions or ordinances that we have placed and this commission has approved in recent months. So I'd like to get an update from the administration as to what is it doing in trying to move forward in a humane way to take homeless off from the streets, to help them with drug addiction, mental problems, trying to help them get jobs, get them into shelters or hotels, and what areas are we going into that we're cleaning as we requested on a continuous basis. I'm getting concerned that I'm seeing more homeless in different areas. That, for instance, the new bridge in my district that goes into downtown by the river. We have numerous homeless now that are underneath that bridge. I was just speaking to the secretary of FDOT yesterday, and they are in agreement that they shouldn't be there. It's a state law that does not allow anyone to camp under those bridges. But they're camping there, they got tents. I don't see anything happening. And I'm getting letters, we're getting calls from the neighbors, and the ones that are looking worse and worse are us sitting up here. We're trying to do everything we can, but we don't have the authority to go out there and give orders and direct any of our personnel to do anything. You all do. So I just like to be given an update, for the commission to hear an update as to what have we been doing since all these resolutions and ordinances have been approved.
Thank you, Commissioner. William Porro, Director of Human Services. We were prepared to do that, Chief and I. So, Chief, if you'd like to start, and we were going to go directly to each resolution and the status of each one right now.
So, Manny Morales, Interim Chief, if we could just, Will, you want to go down by resolution by the date 130907, which is the feedings, and we'll give you an update on each of the resolutions as they've come.
Any way you like,
Just to-
Chief.
Okay, so let's
We'll do the feeding first?
go ahead and do the 13907.
I want both of you and the manager to understand this. This is not a discussion that we just want to, beat upon you.
I understand.
We want to see what has been accomplished and then how we could proceed in the best and quickest way from here on.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Let me reference ordinance number 13907, which is the Lark Roof feedings, which should be on your screens. I was able to place about 100 signs throughout the city, more than 100 signs throughout the city when this was, after it was enacted. The majority of the permits that we've been receiving between August 2021 to now has been 208 permits. The good news is that individuals and entities have been abiding by the ordinance. So I've heard from others that the cleanliness has been contained and controlled. We drill into every person that sends in a permit when we send it back to them in red letters and throughout the guidelines that they have to pick up after themselves in the feeding distribution. So out of the 208 in that period of time, 164 have been issued. The difference of the 44 is really just individuals or the entity picking a date or a parking lot that is already chosen by somebody else, so they're not permitted because we do one per entity per week. The lot that is mostly used, these are MPA lots, is Lot 15, which is located on Southwest 1st Street and 2nd Avenue. You will obviously notice that wherever there are these group feedings, the homeless will congregate more or less in the area. It's obvious, right? That's where they're going to get their next meal. Believe it or not, that in estimates, we estimate in these 164 have approximately distributed over 15,000 meals to these individuals. In terms of permit violations, the other good news is that everybody is abiding. We've only done 3 in the period of time. 1 is being appealed and 2 paid the fee. So the top organizations I have, I know you can't see it there, but I can send it to your office right after this. The top organizations are Hope for the Homeless, you have Hermanos de la Calle, Lights of Kindness, Jesse Gutiem, One World, One Heart, which I spoke to the other day. Those group of 6 individuals are the ones that use the feedings the most. So it's working, commissioners. We, again, pound on them constantly that they need to clean after themselves and they need to be doing that. In working with MPA, they basically said, don't bring, which is counterintuitive, don't bring the trash bins because they'll just get overflowed and so forth. So to avoid that, we haven't done that. MPA told us not to do that. So They've been cleaning after themselves, and also when we deal with the organizations, MPA has my phone number, my email, and says to me, hey, Willie, this is getting out of hand. They would immediately tell me. Fortunately, I haven't received one of those calls, but as soon as it does, we'll know who it was the day before, and we'll, again, not allow them to do that anymore. So that is the ordinance. On reference to R210372, which is enhanced coordination and cleanings of 3 times a week, this is really something that has never been done before. Chief and I brought Chief an idea of having a phone application that we can have on our phones, on both Android and iOS, basically to provide you all and administration real-time activity of the cleanups on a daily basis. It's a very simple application. It's there now if you wanted to download it. We want to provide authorized access to be able to use it and to see the information is there. So it's not for everybody. This is not a public type of thing. This is just for authorized individuals. And what it does is it allows, again, cleanup scheduling. In the dashboard, you'll see by percentage, by district, how many placements, how many cleanups have been done, total cleanups, and then the next scheduled cleanup. So it's just a very simple application, but I think nobody else has something like this, so it's a way of having less administrative and having more of the activity being done. It'll also have before and after pictures included as well, so you can actually see it.
So Will, if I could on this one real
Yes.
quick. The commissioners, the ones that we had initially, the 160 that directed us to do cleanings twice a week, that was back in, I believe in April. So as you can recall, in August of 2021, we put together the concept that we have been working for a little bit of the Homeless Empowerment Assistance Team, or the HEAT team, right? Which is a task force where police, homeless outreach, and our brothers and sisters of solid waste come together each and every day, 40 hours a week, and we hit the top locations that have been identified. That's how we were able to meet the 2 times a week. And just to give you an idea of some of the results that we've gotten, since its inception in August of 21, we've visited over 300 locations, made over 500 placements, and I think that's what's a little bit more astonishing is that we've picked up nearly 30 tons of trash and garbage from all these encampments. So 211,000 gallons of water and about 40 gallons of bleach and or pine salt. We kind of switch it around a little bit to kind of disinfect and ensure that public health is made up.
Can I ask
priority.
you to hold up for 1 second, Chief? Mr. Manager, can you get for us from solid waste what it costs the city of Miami to dispose of those 30 tons of waste, and I guess that's going to include furniture and what have you, from Miami-Dade County or the people they're in contract with, so that we could put in perspective just how much this is costing us beyond everything you're hearing.
And I saw that Director Wade is gone from solid waste. He's going to go get you those numbers, but what we're kind of talking about, and the sites that we have been visited, we've kind of spread throughout the city. District 1 has seen 33 locations. District 226, District 329, District 4, just 1. So we're working on getting you some extra locations. And the bulk of the locations that have been visited were on District 5, where we have seen the issues that we were having, not only by 395, but if you concentrate on 10 and 11th Street by the historic Black Precinct and courthouse, we're having quite the issue under the bridge, so we focus a lot of our efforts there.
Could those locations in my district be sent to me when you can't, Chief?
The locations that we have.
I don't need them now. Just
Okay.
send it to my office so I could go over them, okay?
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you.
You want to?
You want to do, you tell me.
Yeah, I can't see that, man. Go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go for it.
That's the heat location visited by police net area, by net area. It's also broken out, Alapata 27, Brickell, the roads 15. I won't go through all of them. Overtown is 113 in terms of net areas. for a total of 289, obviously. These are the placements of the individuals by commission district. In District 1, we have 50 placements, 54 and 2. In 3, we have 11, 2 and 4, and 397 in District 5, for a total of 514 placements of homeless. These are the placements broken out by net area. And again, I will send you all copies of this presentation to your offices. Non-heat placements, I don't know, Chief, if you want to explain the non-heat placement, what that is compared to.
So those are the ones that are done after hours by not heat members, just regular officers that are calling in the assistance of the outreach at off hours. And we've been able to place them at weekends and at the time that the heat team's not in. And as Director Borro moves back and forth through the details, I'd just like to address some of the other resolutions. The one that Commissioner Reyes just put in, we didn't forget you with the IACP, the publication of the practice of modern policing, vulnerable populations, the recommendations made in the 2018 report of building multidisciplinary coalition, embracing alternatives to arrest, assigning the proper resources, appointing passionate police personnel, improving community perception, use of crisis intervention techniques, leveraging education to engender empathy and generate long-term support for the program. I think the HEAT team encompasses all that. When we put together that team that we recently augmented by a sergeant in 3, when we kind of combined it with our environmental crimes, we saw that there was a crossover. As we're dealing with the homelessness issue, you see these camps, encampments getting cleaned one day, and the very next day, you see large items again, couches, drawers, mattresses. So it goes hand in hand with illegal dumping. So we put together our specially trained investigators from environmental crimes, put them on the streets, and they're helping our homeless team identify where all this large amount of trash that's costing the city, I'm sure a pretty penny when Director Wade comes over, to kind of identify a little bit better and help enhance the prosecution of those individuals.
But how is all that furniture, I mean, this is heavy furniture in many cases.
Yes.
How is it getting out there?
Illegal dumping.
Sidewalks.
Folks under the false umbrella of assisting the homeless and trying to bring comfort, but in reality what they're doing is they're disposing of unwanted items in their home. Not every city has weekly bulk pickup, as the city of Miami does, so it is used as an alternative to get rid of large items from individuals we suspect are coming from other jurisdictions. So we are encompassing all those principles or recommendations in the 2018 report by AACP, and they've all been encapsulated into our HEAT team. They're all crisis intervention trained, and today I want to say that RE4 was a 21-22 COPS grant that the commission accepted and passed that will bring an additional 15 officers that will increase our numbers of having at least 6-day coverage of the HEAT team. We're working closely with our folks over not only at outreach, but the most important component, as you saw by the volume of the trash that we're picking, is our folks at solid waste. We need to make sure that we have the bucket truck, the claw, the sweeper, and the water truck out there to be effective. And increasing the frequency is our target goal once we get these officers on board.
Chief, one of the biggest problems that I believe we're having out there are drugs. And we've been seeing, in particularly the area along the river, the area under bridges, large amounts of needles, needle caps, etc. What have you all found as you do these cleanups? Have you found evidence of drugs through needles, needle caps, other?
I wish I would have included in the presentation, Commissioner, but yes, we're seeing a large amount of drug paraphernalia that goes along with it, so it's kind of combined. Since the inception, we have really, one of the principles of the IACB report is to have the empathy, right? So we are really concentrating on bringing assistance to these folks. The vast majority, I believe, of the 33 arrests that were conducted by the HEAT team in the period of time that they've been operating, the 7 months, have been for narcotics or warrants, bench and felony warrants that are related to narcotics.
And how many of those people are from other areas outside of the city of Miami?
I know the vast majority are transient that don't have a city address previously to their current status as people without homes. But in addition, we're not only seeking to arrest. If you look at the disparity, I know that there's been a little bit of a narrative outside of this chamber put forward that we're trying to criminalize homelessness, and that's not the idea here. The idea is to bring service. If you look at the HEAT stats, for 875 contacts that we've done, only 33 folks have gone to jail. Now, we realize that some of those folks are in need, right? So those individuals that we're able to identify that qualify under our opioid diversion program, we have a partnership with Jackson Behavioral Health where we can refer you for long-term treatment. So you sign a contract in lieu of going to jail where you can get treatment. So our ultimate aim is not to put everybody in jail. We've discussed this here. We're never going to criminalize homelessness. We do address criminal behavior that is being done by folks without homes, but that's not our main priority. That's not our main target. Our main target is to get them into the continuum of care and help these folks get back on track.
Absolutely, Chief.
I think our solid waste director has a figure for you.
Sorry, sir.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners, the cost for disposal is $66.12 per ton. Since inception, the total cost is $2,975.40 for the disposal for the homeless cleanup.
What is it run per ton?
$66.12. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
May I ask a question? Chief?
Yes.
Remember, we have talked about, particularly in downtown Miami,
Yes.
different drug deals that they are, right on the open. That you can just, being stopped at a light, you can witness different individuals that they act like if they were homeless, but they are just dealers.
Yes.
How many, you told me that you were studying an undercover
Correct.
unit in downtown Miami. How many dealers have you been able to?
So I can get you the number of for sale. I don't have that broken down. I have the number of drug-related arrests since the beginning of the year in downtown is 18, and in Overtown 22. So we're kind of getting into that core and looking for the dealers.
I would like to go more is after the dealer
Okay.
than the user. The user needs assistance, it needs help. But we have to go out against the dealers.
Okay.
See, they should know that they are in danger of being arrested. I don't know what the state attorney is doing or the judges are doing, but at least make them know that if you go into our city, certain areas of our city, and you are going to be dealing drugs, you have a great probability of being arrested.
So I'm looking at our stats. I know we have one arrest for trafficking in methamphetamine, one arrest for armed trafficking in cocaine, and I don't see any other ones for sale, but this is just since the beginning of the year. I'll get you our 2021 numbers. I know that we did 26 drug-related search warrants that aided the department take off the streets a large amount of narcotics.
Yes.
I know we took some off of, had a large drug bust the other day, not related to downtown, but in the Flagami Trailer Park, where Commander Ferrer is doing a phenomenal job assisting us. But I'll get you those numbers, and that kind of goes hand in hand, the search warrants, with over 1,000 guns we took off the
The
streets
only
last
thing
year.
that I want is to keep the aggressiveness, to go aggressively against those drug dealers, trying to run them out of our city.
Yes, sir. I'll get you those numbers too. And the total amount of narcotics taken off.
Commissioner, if I may, just regarding Resolution R210373, which is designated an area of permitted temporary encampments, and also Ordinance 14032, prohibited encampments. This to me has been the most challenging part of the homeless issue, only because finding the right location with the right attributes that we need, such as I put there on the screen, that it's free or low cost, that it has a minimal NIMBY, not in my backyard resistance, that it's large enough to encompass 100 to 150 individuals, that it contain auxiliary services for the nonprofit, for restrooms and a common area and all these things. They would also have what I consider minimal rehab or prepping of the place, so we don't invest a fortune to do it. And then ideally, because it's South Florida, my heart goes out to anybody that's in a tent in the middle of the sun in June, July, and August here. They'll fry like a fried egg, but being exposed to the elements is obviously a key thing. I've briefed your individual staffs on options and some potential locations. I've talked to anybody that is a national leader in this realm. They basically have told me in different ways to create core groups within, if we were to do this type of area, that we create little clusters, if you will, of 30 to 50 people so they have their own community. They have this really in the streets when they're on a sidewalk. They all cluster together, and that's their group, and that group doesn't associate with the group on another street. I mean, they keep to themselves. There are examples, many of them consider themselves tiny villages, tiny homes. There's a variety of different ways that they look at it. The main ones I share with on the screen that I've actually spoken to these individuals, Square One Villages in Eugene, Oregon. There's Hope of the Valley in California. And you have probably one of the most amazing ones is Lehigh.org, which is Low Income Housing Institute. Sharon Lee, who's a star in this, and they create tiny homes throughout. They have over 10 sites, I mean, huge sites throughout Washington State. So I share with you some of the examples of what these tiny villages, if you want to call them, we don't want to call them tent cities, and we want to try to avoid them creating that in any way, shape, or form. My initial thought when I first delved into this was to create, these are cot tents that are off the ground for obvious reasons here in South Florida. The tiny homes to the right top is the most predominant example of this type of housing. They're 100 to 120 square feet. It's literally the size of a shelter. They're not considered dwellings. You could literally pick them up with a forklift and move them, so they're not considered dwellings. I've checked into our code. There's nothing that, and just speaking briefly on it, that there is anything that would preclude us from doing something like this.
What, if I may, what are they made out of?
These are, the ones to the top left are actually little tiny homes made out of wood and 2x4s. And
Wood.
yeah, they have ventilation. They're, if you notice there, that's on gravel ground. As long as it's pretty level, you can connect them with AC, electricity. They're the most appealing in terms of visually, for obvious reasons. If you can't see it in that photo, but I can send it to you. It's surrounded in a residential area. There's a bank down the street from it, a church. So visually, they're all different colors and so forth. The other one that's quite unique, which is coming up on the ranks, is this Shelter 64. I was able to see it at the recent Disaster Expo that was here in Miami Beach, and I wanted to go there specifically to see all of these different shelter options. There's a bunch of them. A lot of them are done out of those shipping containers. So this particular one is called Shelter 64. It's 64 square feet.
How many square feet?
64, sir. And they have one that even goes up to 150 mile an hour winds. This is put up with 2 people and an impact drill, and you can put it together. Versus the top right one that takes a little bit more, nailing and cutting and so forth. So.
And these Shelter 64 are made out of what exactly?
It's a laminate. They're insulated in between it, like some type of styrofoam. So they're insulated and keep the cold air. Many of these places have much more cooler weather than we do. So
well,
They come with ACs and heaters and,
And let me say this to you.
Yes, sir.
I have looked at from Washington, Seattle, California, Colorado, Texas, you name it, everything that's out there. My initial question, you're answering it, but I'm not so sure that you're 100% accurate. Because tiny homes, I will tell you, I could have tiny homes built in one day, and I've quite a few of them. The question is, do you want to make something that is going to be more lasting? And if you do, then I would suggest that we pour some concrete into the ground. So you could then screw the concept of the tiny homes that I think will work best, especially down here. But 64 square feet, it's tight. You need something that is going to be approximately in the area of 100 square feet. Now, the other question is, which is what we have to talk about, do any of these tiny homes here that you looked at, do they have bathrooms inside? Do they have showers?
they do not, none of them do.
Well-
Sorry. Yes.
I can tell you that we can put a shower, a sink, and a toilet in a 100 square foot tiny home, so that everyone has that there. I'm going to show you 3 models that I worked on, and these are fairly strong. They should be able to withstand 150 miles winds. They will be 10 to 15 degrees cooler than any other material out there. They will also be in winter 10 or 15 degrees warmer than any other material out there. They're termite proof because there's nothing that is built from that termites can get into it. And they're also basically soundproof.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, go ahead.
Since you're not going to have a lot of requirements for electricity, what I would like to see is that we put solar energy on them so that they could be self-sufficient and it could be cheaper at the end. This is where maybe Florida Power and Light might want to come in and partner with us on that aspect of it, of putting solar there so we don't have to carry electricity to it. And it's a different aspect. The plumbing is one that it's a little more challenging, but not really, because you get your bigger pipes, you connect them all through it, and I don't know what code says, but you could carry them above ground or underground, which is the best way of doing it. But it depends where we put these at.
Yes, sir.
I think you have to have at least 3 different sizes. Why do I say that? Because many of the places that I mentioned in cities, they end up, if you're going to have people that have mental problems, drug problems, that are the ones that you think you might be able to save, then you need them there for longer than a few days, longer than a few weeks. But all of them, basically, get a Social Security check. So what all these states and cities do, they make them pay a minimum amount, whether it's $250, $300 a month,
Yes, sir.
something that goes towards it when they're going to stay there longer. Now, for a single person, if you're going to stay there longer, then something in the area of 140 plus square feet It's more comfortable within a very tiny house. And if you have a couple, something closer in the range of 200 square feet would be appropriate. So these are the three sizes that I'm looking at in doing. And we could put a community of 50 in fairly quick, in a couple of weeks. We could do it. We're going to need, and it's another part of the discussion, we're going to need people from the mental health side. That we're going to have to get partners for that.
Yes, sir.
Maybe out of all the millions of dollars that we gave different organizations, they could come in and do it now. That's the money that was approved recently, I'm talking about. We're going to need people that know how to deal with severe addiction, and then people that can do training to get some of the individuals
Absolutely.
retrained for going into the job market again. And certainly you need security. So we're going to need to build at least one place or two that would accommodate some of the workers that are going to have to be there. Then we're going to have one place that's going to be a kitchen. And then maybe one small area people could wash their clothes and what have you. So, we're a few months away of being able to put, I think, a whole plan together in this, but it could be done quickly. And I think it's going to stop the excuses that I have a right to put a tent anywhere I want and stay there and block the streets and urinate in the streets and what have you. Because we're going to have secure and safe, warm places or cool in the summer for anybody that doesn't want to be in the street. The only question that I have is the more you throw in, the more expensive everything gets.
Yes, sir. If I may, I went as far, this last one that's there is probably one of the newest ones. It's called Life Arc.
Which
It
one?
literally comes together like a Lego set.
You're saying the one in the
The
middle
one
here?
to the bottom right? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It is super insulated. It is amazing. Without going into many details, it's actually approved in California as a building material.
Yeah. How much does this cost?
That one there, you're looking at about $9,000.
How much?
$9,000.
$9,000. How many square feet?
That is about a little over 100, 110, I think.
Does it have bathrooms?
Does not, but it can. But let
Well,
me show you if I may, because we're
Yeah,
talking.
but bathrooms, I'm going to tell you what a bathroom is going to run you.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to run you approximately $1,000 more to put in. That's what it's going to cost between your sink to wash your hands, your toilet, your small shower, the cost of the plumber that you got to pay to put in, the plumbing material, and everything else. It's going to be at least another $1,000 plus dollars. Something that size, a lot stronger, we could get it done for about $3,000.
Okay.
And that's with concrete in the bottom. That'll probably run you another $250.
I went as far, just going this to visualize it for you all, the size of how something like this would look, with a little bit of parking, some congregant areas, place for toilet and showers. I wasn't envisioning, obviously, to keep the cost down, them having their own individual toilet and stuff. So it was to have a nice area. To not make it, I guess, as harsh as that may sound, too comfortable for them to be there, but at the same time, it's a transitional type zone, so it's not forever. It's to stabilize them. The gentleman who did Life Arc was kind enough, he's an architect by nature, and he created this. This particular site is about 1.5 acres, about 60,000 plus square feet, if I'm not mistaken, and you can fit 144 people there. Just again, I wanted you to see how far I've tried to take it to, but we need a location. I mean, the
Well,
location is key.
I had given one here before that I knew that at the end, everybody would see my way, because I knew what was going to happen is that everybody wanted us to take care of the solution. But the minute we were going to put it anywhere near them, not in my backyard. So I think that we're going to be left with the one that I originally said.
Yes, sir.
And you're going to be surprised, people that are miles away are still going to be screaming about it. But that's the only way that I think it will work. And it's going to be a humane way of dealing with it. And at the same time, it's going to be a much cheaper way for us than the millions and millions we're spending now. I know the numbers range from the 9,000s or so that you just mentioned to me to as much as 20+ thousand, but depending what kind of this tiny home you want. But for one that will be right around 100 square feet, we could do it right cheaply. You could do it for 3,000, more or less, without the bathroom facilities. If you want to put bathrooms, now you're going to be looking at another $1,000 to $1,500 more. But look, even if we pay $5,000 for a small, tiny house, that's cheaper than anywhere else in the country. And at the same time, it's cheaper than the millions and millions that it's costing us. And it's going to help in a major way resolve the situation.
Yes, sir.
Now, those that want to keep using drugs, that want to keep buying drugs, are not going to be able to do it there. They're not going to want to be there. And that's going to be a hefty percentage, because we've seen it already. But now they're not going to have the excuse that, hey, I could put my tent anywhere I want to, and block streets, block sidewalks, go under bridges. It's illegal already. And you can't do anything to me because I have a right, because you can't find a place for me to go in a shelter. And, I don't know what more the city would be able to do then, but I think we're anywhere from 3 to 6 months away in coming with something concrete. And I'm glad that you're heading this way, because outside of going to a much less comfortable scenario where you put tents and so on, this is the way to go. And frankly, going with the tents is much, much cheaper, but I don't think there'll be a court in America that could object to us doing something like this.
I agree.
That's been proven in other parts of the country already. The only thing is that what we're going to give them is going to be better than in any other city or state in the country.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner, Madam Chair, what cities have you looked at? Which is the city that gave you the best example of them doing it the right way? Because I like to research it myself.
Commissioner, there's scores of them. There is no right way or no bad way. What it comes down to is on cost. And I don't think we have to spend the kind of money, because I'm going to tell you guys now, I don't want this to be another gravy train that people are just filling their pockets up and making huge monies and building houses for the homeless now. I want to keep everything, at bare minimum, so we could build it. But you have in Seattle, you have in Washington State, LA has, even Austin has.
Austin?
Colorado, in Colorado, there's different types, different ways, but they're all expensive. They're all expensive because people are making money in it. Now, look, I'm not saying that if we contract it out to X Factory to produce something like this for us, that they're not going to make a reasonable profit. But, you know, I think we could do that and keep it at a minimum cost, like I'm saying. And I think for a lot of this, we could find volunteers. For instance, I'm going to go further. What you're showing me here doesn't meet the national or state requirements on insulation.
That's correct.
None of these
No.
tiny homes do. What I'm talking about and the price range that I'm talking about would meet it, where you'll have a roof that would have 8 inches thick, which is what you need for South Florida, where you have walls that are going to be 6 inches thick. Now, if I'm going to be told that we don't have to do that, you can save a lot of money. If I could go with 4 inches roof and 4 inches wall, they're going to be, 90% just as comfortable, but we're going to save, close to half the money in that. If we don't have to go with all that extra type of insulation on the panels and walls. If I don't have to make them fully fireproof, it's a tremendous amount of more money that we save because I don't have to put in these the almost 3/4 inch, not quite, 1 hour fireproof sheetrock. So there's a lot of ways that we could cut the price on them. But look, I'm not a general contractor. We're going to need Ace to walk us through on what for temporary, if we call this, I don't know what we could call it. The people that told you that this would be legal here like this was based on what? Because it's temporary or not, or what exactly?
Because it's temporary, it's not considered a dwelling from those that, all of them have done it. The one like the lady Sharon Lee in Lehigh Acres, Lehigh in Washington State, they purposely do not make them a particular size. They're not drilled into the ground, just so they're not considered dwellings.
Okay, so for it to be temporary, you can't drill to the ground.
Correct. You could just place it there on a pad if you want, but as long as we don't hook it to the ground and
Well, that's fine. We could do it in different ways. We could have pads that are either thick wood or metal, and then if hurricane comes, we could strap them down where they're not going to go anywhere.
you could.
But
yes, sir.
the ideal way would be screw them right into the ground,
Yes,
and
sir.
if that means that we got to go with the extra 8-inch roofs and 6-inch walls, I'd rather do it the right way, where they're going to be just as strong as any new house that's built, and we can still keep the prices way down.
Commissioner Manolo would like to say something.
Yes, Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla was asking an example of what is going on, and the ones that come to my mind is the housing first philosophy that has been one of the models that, particularly in Seattle, Washington, they're trying to get people out of the streets by housing them in transitional housing, and this is what this is going to be. While they are being treated and they are being re-educated, and then they will move into permanent housing.
Yes, sir.
Now, my question is the following. We are talking about different means of the type of construction and all of that. Do you have a budget? If we are going to do this, well, what we need is a budget. That budget will include construction, maintenance, and what is the different cost between having an inside plumbing, like bathroom and all of that, or having a communal? And what will be the benefits one or the other if there have been any study made on it? I would like to see that. I would like to see if we are going to go into this type of housing, has to be transitional. And in order to get into it, There has to go through a process. That process, the persons that are moving in here knows that it is going to be transitional and they have to comply with certain requirements. It's not going to be a permanent housing because we don't want to make it attractive for other people to come and say, oh, you see, let's go to Miami. They are providing housing and we don't have anything to do. It's transitional based on a program, and it's an educational and a rehab program that has to be followed.
You're absolutely correct, Commissioner.
That's what I want to see. I want to see that.
You're absolutely correct, but I think we have to be realistical enough that the small percentage, and I'm speaking, trying to be realistical, the small percentage that we're going to be able to save, this is why you need some housing built that's a little bigger than the 100 square feet, just slightly, because those people, you might want to be able, you're going to need more time, so you might want to be able to keep them or need to keep them for a year. So I think what you need to have is those that are safe, that you could actually help, they could stay, but no one can stay for more than a year.
Yes, I do understand, and I'm not getting into the construction aspect of it because I am not a builder. I am not a developer. But what I want to see is some type of shelter where those people, people that really want to be part of the program could be sheltered in and having, I agreed with that should be be as comfortable as possible, and that would be also an incentive. But at the same time, that has to be accompanied by a rehab program, and with everything that encompasses trying to rehabilitate these people into permanent shelter and out of homelessness. Because if we're just going to be sheltering them, and I know that everything, there's no free lunches. There's no free lunches. Everything costs money. And I would like to see a budget that we all take, the construction or whatever, the land, whatever, everything that it will, any expenses that we have to do, because maybe we can go after some funds, Commissioner Carollo, that they are being used now or misused now. And we can get
Absolutely.
those funds and start this program, which
I will make this commitment. If the commission would like to study and digest it, I will go and get the funding. It will not be city funding for the first 50 tiny houses, and I'll get them built out there for you. The only question that has to be discussed, because it's going to require some additional consideration, is whether you put toilets, sinks, showers in them or not, and we could. I think we should, but that's up to the body and also to our experts, depending where we put it in. But I will commit to that I will go and get the funding to build the first 50. And the only thing is that we would need from the city is to do the hookup to the waste from toilets, water, if we put it inside, and the electrical hookup, unless, which I would strongly recommend, that we partner with FPL to get solar, because you're not going to need that many panels. You're going to need minor solar panels, so it could be each could be self-efficient inside.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. We have, we've discussed this for an hour now, and I see Commissioner Regalado is here. So is there an action that you would like to take, or are we going to leave it as discussion?
No, I think leave it as discussion is
Okay.
fine. The only thing that I would like to emphasize is that FDOT wants very much to partner with us. They just don't have the manpower, and they got to get new signs to put up to let everybody know what the state law is under bridges. So if you can make sure that under the bridges too, we're going and getting people out of there, because there is absolutely no camping, nothing. And I'm seeing, even in the brand-new bridge, people are putting tents underneath it. And Chief, it's a matter of commanders in each of their sections making sure that their, beat officers are going out there, and if they see it, they're taking action.
Yes, sir.
Matter of supervision.
Okay.
Thank you,
So-
Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Before we hear from Commissioner Regalado on the underlying project, I would like to take up the 2 pocket items, Commissioner Croyo.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it. The first pocket item is a resolution of the Miami City Commission reallocating funds in the amount of $75,000 previously allocated on September 23rd, 2021, pursuant to resolution number 21-0402, to cover costs associated with the 3 Kings Parade, reallocating said funds to cover costs associated with the Calle Ocho Music Festival. The 3 Kings Parade was not held this year, and Calle Ocho Music Festival, Carnival Miami.
Carnaval, no?
It's the biggest Hispanic festival in the country, if not the world.
Do I have a motion?
I'll move it.
A second.
Okay.
Is there anyone here for discussion?
Chair, you smartly had the non-agenda items read at the beginning of the meeting so that during the public comment period, someone could have commented. So PI1 and PI2, there was public comment allotted earlier this morning.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
I mentioned that what was going to be coming.
okay, so, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
The next
Pocket item
one,
2,
item 2, is a resolution of the Miami City Commission opposing Senate Bill 280, House Bill 403, and any similar legislation that will hinder a local government's authority to regulate and delay enforcement of local ordinances, urging Governor Ron DeSantis and the members of the Florida legislature to oppose said legislation, directing the city manager to include opposition to SB 280 and HB 403 to the City of Miami's 2022 legislative priorities, directing the city clerk to transmit a certified copy of this resolution to the officials named herein.
I'll move it.
A second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'm going to make a comment on this. I think that we have to stop the state dictating what we can do or we cannot do and tying our hands. And I agree with it. Good resolution.
Well, don't get me going, because.
Yes, I know, I know. I don't want to get you going because I know you won't
Well,
stop.
no, and this one, I can't believe that this is coming from Tallahassee. I really can. I mean, you were up there for many years. You know how the monster works. I don't, and I don't pretend to know how it works. But how in the heck can people be complaining of states' rights? That Washington has no right to tell states what to do, and
The state telling us what to
the
do.
state now wants to tell local governments what to do, but worse than that, put us in really harm's way. You know, but I don't know.
So we will.
World's
now-
upside down.
Okay.
We will now take up discussion item 2. Commissioner Regalado?
Welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I take off my, I don't know what the rules are here. The county, they're all wacky. First and foremost, thank you so much. And thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for accommodating my crazy schedule. We actually had a very long committee meeting at the county, so I rushed over here. So thank you for hearing this item. a little bit later. I know you all have had a long day. First and foremost, as the county commissioner that represents phase 2 and phase 3 of the underline, I'm here to support staff and Meg and to talk to you about the project. On July 9th of this year, the half penny ordinance that was passed by Miami-Dade County will be 20 years old. And I know that many of you up here were very critical of that, as I have been. And there were a lot of promises made that were not kept. And in the past, the county and the city have not had the best of relationships, specifically when it comes to transit. However, I think that we are trying to change that. Right now, as the appointee to Tri-Rail, I'm working hard to get accountability as to what occurred at Miami Central, and we're doing the best that we can using our resources at the county to ensure that the county and the city and the investments that were made by all these parties receive the respect that they deserve at a tri-county organization. So I think that there are some projects that are different. I think that there are some projects that can set us apart from the belabored transit history that we have. And one of the main issues that the city of Miami had with the Metro Rail was that it was unused, that it did not serve the neighborhood, and the underline really responds to that. I am not just the commissioner that represents phase 2 and phase 3 of the underline. I'm the only county commissioner that lives in the rapid transit zone. I live in phase 2. I moved to Golden Pines because of the underline, because of the walkability, because of what it adds to our quality of life there. But I'm also the first to admit that the county could have done a better job educating the residents in my neighborhoods and the neighborhoods directly adjacent to us about the mitigation with the trees. So today we're here to present to you exactly what we'll be doing in phase 2 and phase 3. We're excited that unlike other county projects, we're actually moving forward faster than planned. How often does the county say that? And we're excited that Meg and her supporters have been able to get private funding and do something that is truly beautiful, that will unite these neighborhoods, that will provide safety, security, opportunity, walkability, and connectivity, not just first and last mile, but an opportunity for folks to have community and park space above and beyond what is currently accessible to them. So I'm gonna let them make their presentation, then we'll talk about all the wonderful trees that we're gonna be adding in the area. And then if you guys want me to stay, I'm happy to talk Peacocks, Playhouse, Tri-Rail, whatever you like.
Peacocks?
Peacocks, yes.
Yeah, delicious.
They should be sacred again.
I'll fill you in on everything that's happening at the county, but I know that they have a wonderful presentation, and I want them to present to you exactly what we're doing with the trees, the changes that you're seeing, what you're gonna see in the future, and how we're moving forward with phase 2, phase 3, and how this connects to the neighbors, including myself. So Irene's here, she'll start, and then Meg.
Good afternoon. Before I start, I would like to provide a letter that was written by the Director of the Department of Transportation and Public Works regarding the maintenance and the signage for the ordinance that was passed. So, good afternoon, Commissioners, Chair, Madam Chair. My name is Irene Hegeres, and I'm the Chief of Transportation Enhancements for Miami-Dade County Department of Transportation and Public Works. Wow. Also, I'm the project manager for the underline, the full 10 miles. First and foremost, I would like to thank all of you for your superior support and commitment to the underline project. We are here today because we need to address Resolution 21015 that you passed about 3 meetings back, with the hopes that at the end of this presentation you will vote to unfreeze the funds for the underline. As you know, I just provided the clerk of court a letter that the director wrote addressing maintenance and signage. We can touch on that as well, as you please, during the presentation. And now I would like to let Meg, my friend and colleague, no, she doesn't need introduction, co-founder of the Underline, to introduce herself.
Thank you, Irene. Thank you, Chair King and commissioners, and thank you, Commissioner Regalado. I know you made a mad dash over here. I'm Meg Daly, and I'm a full-time volunteer serving as CEO and president of Friends of the Underline. Our office is at 80 Southwest 8th Street. Irene already touched on a couple of the things that I was going to talk about, but I did want to share the big package that all of you got is surveys taken by people who live in the city of Miami and throughout Miami-Dade County. You also received numerous letters of support earlier in January when we were going to present at that time. And what people told us they're most excited about in these surveys is first, that they can walk safely in their neighborhoods. Second is they can bike safely. And third, they look forward to bringing beautiful landscaping, planting, and nature to their neighborhoods. They also love dogs. So we have lots of dogs on the underline. Miami-Dade County hosted a neighborhood webinar to address why trees were removed and what they are being replaced with. Irene will share that information in a moment, but to directly address the question of the replacement of tree canopy, when construction is complete, the underline will add over 35% new tree canopy. And we are working diligently to add mature native trees adjacent to US 1 from Vizcaya to Southwest 19th from a potential donor or other opportunities. We thank the neighbors for their input. They've been very, very supportive, very helpful, and they spoke and we listened. And we want to make sure that they know that we'll be communicating back to staff as we finalize the tree planting plan. So I'm going to take you just through a few minutes of what we've been doing with Brickell Backyard and what's coming in phase 2. As you know, we talked about the underline. In addition to be a park, it's also a multimodal corridor from the Miami River down to Dayland South. The first phase, Brickell Backyard opened just almost a year ago. Our birthday is on February 26th. I hope you can come to our birthday party. There's cake. The second phase is from Southwest 19th, Coral Way down to Southwest 19th, and then goes all the way down to Dayland as the third phase. For those of you who have not visited Brickell Backyard, it's a half a mile long. 30,000 native plants and trees were installed just in this area. We've had incredible programs. We've had entrepreneurship programs for children and high school students. Malik Roll, who spoke in January, talked about him starting his snow cone company on the underline. He now wants to be an accountant. We have also free programs for kids from Little Havana learning how to play basketball. We've unveiled 3 public art installations, and the butterflies are very happy. Monarchs, atalas, and sulfurs are out in large numbers. We also have 24-hour security, 18-hour maintenance, and weekly programming. So phase 2 is just over 2 miles long. I mentioned it's from Coral Way to Southwest 19th. 2 public meetings were completed. Community priorities were safety first, nature second, and community programs. And construction began in fall of 2021. I'll take you some of the really beautiful pictures of what's coming. These amenity areas, there are 3 of them that connect alongside the trail. This is what's currently directly next to Simpson Park. This is not Simpson Park. And this is what's coming, this 4-acre playground with trails, native planting, lighting. There's LED lighting all along the corridor. And there's a small kids area, there's a large kids area, and there's lots of areas for us to have programs for children, both from education to activation and health and wellness. At Vizcaya, this is a familiar site, and this is what it's going to look like when done. This will be a programmable area. We've listened to the neighbors. They're excited about free yoga classes, farmers markets, plant sales, and all of this is connecting to the beautiful Vizcaya Museum and Gardens, which a lot of the planting is inspired by that destination. Can you see the next one? So this is a familiar site. This is the third area, the third park area at the corner of Southwest 17th Avenue and US 1. Someone took it, I guess, when they were driving by. I'm not sure how that happened. But this is what's coming, the first of many bioswales. And bioswales are green infrastructure that help with stormwater mitigation. I heard Commissioner Reyes talk earlier about the flooding in these areas, and this is sort of like a green way to take care of stormwater and flooding. And this is from the north looking south. We spotlight on our security, which will be 24 hours a day, and creating a park out of this bioswale. So now I'm going to hand back to Irene, and you're going to take it from here. Just tell me when you want me to advance a slide, okay?
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to be addressing safety and infrastructure and planning, which is the primary concern. And there are so many elements that come into play when making and designing the underline. Commissioners, as you heard, we have had over 100 community meetings since we started the project, and many, many surveys performed. And throughout the entire process, the community, before and continues to this day, require for the 3 top priorities that the underline is to achieve. The first one is walk safely, second, bike safely, and the third one is nature. And everything that we do is measured against those 3 tenets, all the design decisions. Safety being number 1 priority, it also includes all of the infrastructure that goes below the ground. And there will be some slides that will explain all the constraints that we have as a site. We have lighting also to provide safety, but it requires infrastructure. We have all of the drainage, and obviously we have extensive and intensive planting strategies that we are implementing, but always taking into consideration all the codes and regulations and also lines of sight in support of safety all of the time. As you know, the underline is being built primarily on the rapid transit zone, which is primarily a transportation corridor. And the underline is a multimodal transportation that is going to serve, when completed, as the first and last mile on connecting trips. Next. In this slide, you see phase 2. We have 6 intersections. The ones shown in blue are the ones that had been completed by FDOT. The ones shown in green are the ones that are being completed by our contractor, the design builder. This is just within phase 2. Also, these intersections were identified as minor improvements when they was done for the master plan and all of the traffic studies performed. The next slide is showing you that as part of the safety strategy required by the community, we have worked diligently also with FDOT and all of the roadway planners. The underline actually is set a buffer. It provides a buffer between US 1 and where the crossing is going to be. Ideally, the buffer should be 6 feet, but there are some areas where we can actually not achieve the 6 feet just because we have barriers and the geometry of the road. However, there's always a buffer, and the buffer is anywhere between 2 and 4 feet. As you can see also, we're widening the crossings, and we are separating the pedestrian and the bicycle crossings. All of this while improving the line of sight, which is not only important for the bicyclists and pedestrians, but also for the vehicles to be able to look at anybody approaching those intersections. And this does not include all of the changes to signalization that will happen when you have an intersection with signals. So the next, in terms of the planting strategy, we always survey the entire site. And we have surveyed phase 2. We have identified that phase 2 currently has 930 trees. 63% of those trees are going to be remaining on site. And by the time that we're said and done, we're going to have about 64% increase over the existing conditions in terms of our planting strategies. So we will be adding about 1,500 trees and palms, but also over 100,000 plantings that fit within the palette that was identified by the landscape architects throughout.
Chair, can I ask her one question? Sure. If I could interrupt you for a minute. You mentioned palms.
Yes.
What kind of palms are you talking about?
At the end of the PowerPoint, there is a lot of the palms that you're seeing right now that are being moved, that are appearing, are palm trees that we are relocating. There are no new palm trees. So we are trying to save as many trees and palms, and those are the ones that we're relocating.
Yeah, I saw that, and I knew they were relocated. First of all, they're extremely tall. Secondly, some of them are all bent real bad. But that area where you're planting those, and that's the area that we had a whole bunch of trees and a huge amount of tree canopy that was cut down from the part where 95 becomes US 1, almost to 17th Avenue. And the huge tree canopy that we had that was so beautiful, and at the same time, during traffic, that the rush hour, you go very slow there, it kept people cooler. It's all gone, and I'm just wondering, why did they have to be cut down? And then the replacement that we're getting is what I call these Everglade palms, scrub palms, that are the ones that the Mickeysukis and Seminoles and others in that business use to make the chicky roofs, that out of all the palms that we have in Florida, I have to say they're the ugliest. I mean, I wouldn't, listen, even if they give them to me free, I wouldn't plant them. And I'm sorry, that's me. I mean, I would be willing to try to get you for free Royal palms. At least you put something elegant there. But
Well, I want to eliminate palms from the CDMP.
Well,
Commissioner Soto is very upset, but actually palms are not trees, but that's another story.
But
We
you're-
get into
you're-
that
you're-
discussion at the county all the time.
You're right,
They're
Commissioner.
herbs.
But my problem was I didn't want to see palms there. I wanted to see the tree canopy that we had. And if we're going to replace that tree canopy with palms, at least let's go with some elegant palms.
Agreed.
I prefer tree canopy. But my original question is, why did those trees that were decades old have to be cut down?
Well, the issue is the mitigation. I mean, so there's a few things that are happening. We're going to explain a little bit more further on in the presentation, but we're also undergrounding a lot. Since you guys approved this, one of the things that I added to the budget is at the county was $800,000 to underground fiber. So Meg can talk about hot wire and what we're doing. FPL is also going to be undergrounding a lot of their infrastructure. And the roots of some of these trees were a problem. They were going to be a problem for cyclists. They were going to be a problem for the path. And some of them, we brought Durham out several times. And Durham actually was the one that made the final decision to remove them. So it wasn't that someone decided we're going to remove these trees. There were issues with mitigation and moving them, and they could not survive being moved. Now, that being said, like Meg said earlier,
That I agree, that they would not have survived being moved.
right. So as Meg said earlier, we are working with a private donor to secure more mature trees that are very similar to the ones that were replaced. So we're working on that. But there's also the issue of the space as we create the path. The path cannot get smaller and smaller. And listen, we're going to have the same conversation when we do the Commodore Trail. That we've actually been waiting on for such a long time because, in order to get around the trees, we're going to have to change the path significantly. So I think in this case, we really did try everything that we could at parks and with Durham's to save as many trees as possible. But some of them, their root structure and their placement, it was just impossible to keep them and to do the work that we want to do. But that being said, we totally agree with you in terms of the need for more shade trees. And we're going to be adding more. Specifically, we're looking at live oaks. So now where we place them is another story because, again, we can't place them so that they tear up the infrastructure or the path.
Well, can I ask you this? Why couldn't that infrastructure have been put on the other side of the people mover instead of the side where the trees were at closest to the street? I mean, why couldn't that infrastructure just been moved, another 20, 30 feet the other way?
Yeah.
And the trees would
Yeah,
have been
well, we
saved.
can show, there's a slide, right, that shows what was happening with the roots. Yeah, go back.
So in this slide, you can see, the first thing is that we're building on the rapid transit zone, which is extremely narrow in this particular point. So we're anywhere between 50 and 70 feet. On top of that, you're taking that we cannot build anything or put any trees anywhere within 5 feet of their safety zone on the side, and then 12 feet on the bottom. So that means that on the bottom, we only have The structure itself on phase 2 is anywhere between 17 and 18 feet below grade. So we only have 5 feet of height. So if we left all of those trees, there are several things. First, they're not in compliance. They're not compliant anymore with the FDOT clearance zones. So they're getting hit by vehicles on the recovery area. The second one is that if we leave it in place, then we're putting the path and all of the amenities right next to your neighbors on the residential zones. And that becomes a real issue because there's a lot of, we are expecting a tremendous increase in bicycle and pedestrian activity through these zones. And we have lighting, and those lights come up. So we were trying to keep them as far as we could from the neighborhood, the single-family residential homes, and trying to limit any kind of adverse effects that lighting may have on their backyards at night when people are actually using the path. As Commissioner Regalado mentioned, there are other things to consider as well. Not only we have the safety zones right next to the metro route, but we also have an easement that is provided to FPNL to bury their lines, their high transmission lines. This easement is 10 feet. This easement cannot be, you cannot go 25, 30 feet below grade right next to the foundations of the metro rail station. So therefore, those lines are pushed to the sides, and we cannot build anything on top of those 10 feet. So in terms of areas, we are tremendously limited on where is it that we can actually put root systems, infrastructure, drainage structures, the foundations for the lighting of the path. And the last thing that we want to do, and we evaluated this, and you will see in some of the slides, we're trying to leave as many trees as possible in place and actually create root barriers. And the last thing we want to do is have this amazing path be built, and I will show you pictures of what happened with those beautiful trees along US 1 and the liability that it has created for people falling because of the cracking of the pavements along the way.
It's a maintenance issue for the county, so the county also is concerned about the maintenance and the upkeep of it, so.
Okay.
But I promise you, Commissioner, that we're doing everything that we can.
Let's continue.
With all due respect, I'm looking at some of the pictures that are being shown there, and it just doesn't look to me like it wasn't something that we could not have overcome and kept those trees, but they're gone. And the only thing that I would say to you, Commissioner, with all due respect, we should have at least been asked to.
Agree. The county dropped the ball on informing you, and we take responsibility for
The
that.
problem is the county wants to drop the ball in our heads all the time, not just drop the ball. I'm going to give you another example, and I haven't really jumped on this because it's in Commissioner Reyes' district, but it's affected my district, and I'm afraid that it's going to be, or it was done so that then 17th Avenue could be changed in my district, 22nd Avenue, from US 1 to Coral Way, 4 lanes, and you need 4 lanes there, especially during rush hour. It's been turned into 2 lanes so that you could put a bike path on both sides. The bike path ends a block before you reach US 1.
Yes.
And it ends a block before you reach Coral Way. From then on, 22nd Avenue through Alapata, through the end of the city of Miami, and into the county, there's no bike path. No bike path. When you go into Coconut Grove on 22nd Avenue, all the way to Kennedy Park, no bike path. No one had the courtesy to come to this commission. I don't know if they spoke to you or not, I doubt it. To say, hey, look, we're going to do this. And Commissioner, it's something that doesn't make sense. It's only been done so that I guess the county as a whole could say, look at how many miles of bike path we built throughout the year. But what are you accomplishing if you're just throwing bike path that go to nowhere and are taking lanes, full lanes of traffic, in this case 2, for no reason at all, and we're having a real traffic congestion jam during rush hours, and I'm petrified now what solution they want to come to go into 17th Avenue with it, or into Silver Bluff with the 4 streets that I think you know the situation there.
May I add to it? Because
Yes.
you
Your
mentioned.
district.
It is my district. Since the first time, since I was elected, I was trying to, we had a project for 22nd Avenue, a project that was going to it was going to curtail cut-through traffic and all of that. And it was taken to the county. The county first approved it, then they said no. And we were working on it. And then Commissioner Higgins, she came to my office with this project. I mean, in order to show this project. And right then and there, I said, I don't agree with it. I think it's going to create a traffic jam. He said, well, there's no traffic jam now. Yes, it's not traffic jam because there are 4 lanes. There are 4 lanes. Now you're going to reduce it to 1 lane going each way, then you are going to create a traffic jam. I had many of my constituents, they had reached me, but it's not our road, and we don't have the authority to do what we want. And you're talking about the bike lanes. I don't have anything against the bike lane when it is properly used and what it should be. But we have drank the Kool-Aid that Miami is going to be a cyclist and pedestrian city. And we are going to build, I mean, I bet you that you sit at 22nd Avenue and you start counting how many bicycles goes through that bike lane, it's going to be very few. And, but those are projects that they are conceived and then they are done without looking into the consequences that are created. And that is a bad example of the county taking imposing their authority on a city street. See, that's a real bad example.
Commissioner, let's allow them to finish their.
No, but he brought it up.
No, but I'm happy,
I know.
I'm happy to respond. Listen, I understand.
Because then if you respond and then that might spur another
Right.
question, so.
No.
I'd like for you to finish the presentation and then we can all
I'm just venting, Madam Chair, because I'm frustrated.
I understand.
Because, the one that is getting all the complaints, the one that is getting all the mails, it is me. And I am not, I hate to be blamed for something that I didn't do. I had a better alternative and something that I did oppose from the get-go.
Okay, so we're going to allow them to complete their presentation and then we'll all weigh in.
Chair?
Yes.
The only thing I'll say, and I'll stop there, is that the saddest thing is that you can stay there the whole day, and if you see 5 bikes go through that bike path, it's 5 too many. We are not the People's Republic of Miami.
We are not Holland either.
Commissioner Regalado, if your team can continue with the presentation.
Yes, I'll address all that. We can talk about that in the TPO, but let them finish their presentation.
Please.
Sorry, Meg.
Sorry, Commissioner, you didn't come here to argue about that.
No
or
worries.
talk about that. It is not even the district.
No.
That's it. I mean, you don't have to address that. I mean,
I'm happy to take the heat. Happy to take the heat.
No, the heat doesn't go with you. You didn't do it. Let's stick to what we are discussing, which is the underlying.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Ladies?
So in these images, you can see, for example, some of the streets that were identified, and you can see the root system and how they have been lifting, obviously, the path. And also the proximity to US 1. We have many, many more pictures that you can see where actually the curb and gutter along US 1 now is being lifted. In here you can see, we have some trees, for example, that have absolutely a beautiful canopy. But when you start looking at it up close, you start looking that they have trunk decay. Some of them are codominant, and a lot of people have asked us what a codominant tree is. The tree may be looking very healthy, but the bottom line is that it's growing 2 branches out of 1 single trunk that have about the same girth diameter, and the trunk at that point gets compressed and it gets weakened. So those trees are more likely to come down when we have big storms. You also look at some of the pictures, circular roots, those are strangling the trees. The tree may be looking fine, but the bottom line is that the tree eventually is not gonna be survived. And the strategy that we are in place is that we wanna plant the right tree on the right place to make sure that we can maintain it correctly and be able to allow the tree to achieve the full growth. Like Meg said, we are removing, Miami-Dade County does calculate the removal and the canopy percentages by square footage. The city of Miami does it by girth. But we are removing, based on permitting drawings that were sent to you, 165,000 square feet of canopy, but we are planting 267, almost 270,000 square feet of canopy. Our strategy is not to create and plant a tree that provides you a gigantic canopy, but a grouping of smaller trees that can provide the same amount of canopy or more. And those are trees that actually can survive and can thrive in this very narrow rapid transit zone that we have. The next picture, a lot of folks have asked us what is it, all of the stuff that we have on the site. The first photo is from FPNL and the injector project. We have to also keep in mind that they are going down and they're burying their lines 25 feet below grade, sometimes at 30. But they need to come and daylight, and they need to do a splice on volts and then come back again. Every time that they daylight, and we have worked very closely with them, it's like 100 yards each way that we cannot do anything on top of them, because those are high transmission lines on steel pipes, liquid cool. So we have tried to move them as close to the property lines as we could, but there are times where that is just simply not possible. On the second image, or the center one, those are our drainage structures. If you look on the back, you're gonna see concrete drainage structures, and that is really to try to retain our stormwater runoff on site. And then obviously we have the lighting, and I'm not mentioning anything on the Metro Rail, electric lines and all of the power and traction that happens under the Metro Rail. But those are those light fixtures will require about 6 foot deep by 2 feet in diameter concrete structures to be able to comply with the codes and wind resistance. I already talked about this light on the sections, so trying to give you a perspective of the issues that we have. But we wanted to take some time and show you some of our planting strategies. So it is not that we're taking down the trees. We would like to give you more of a concept of what it's going to be like when we are done. In this particular area, we are taking down a ficus. That ficus is collinding property lines with the neighbors and also with our property. But you can see that the canopy is truly it's being chopped so much because it overlaps all of the guideway and the third rail and electrified. It doesn't meet the safety guidelines. However, when we're done, what we're doing is that we are replacing all of that area. I cannot read any of that. We are adding trees, but they are not as big of trees. And I will tell you that is every square inch of this underlying path on phase 2, which is about 2.14 miles long, has been encountered. Along the US 1, there are several strategies that the landscape architects have taken into place, and they're providing a shade buffer, and they're providing plants like wild coffee, the dwarf patch apple, and I cannot read any more than that. There are a lot of gumbo limbos that they're planting, but it is strategically to maintain the buffer and the safety zones that are required by US 1 and vehicle distances, and also be able to provide as much shade as possible. In this particular case, these are the black olives that a lot of people have complained, and you can see that they're separated from US 1 quite a bit. However, it does not allow us, the first thing is that the canopy interferes with the Metro Rail above, and also it does not allow us to place any kind of a path through this area. So the decision was to go ahead and remove those trees. However, in their place, this is the same area, you can see the landscape strategy that is going to be implemented. In this strategy, not only we are also planting trees, but we cannot do a lot of buffer, very high buffer along US 1 because we want to make sure that we have visualization, that we are not creating an unsafe area for the bicyclist. So in the most of the scheme, the pedestrians are going on the other side, closer to the residential areas, but the bicyclists that are at higher speed, and it has been designed for the speeds anywhere between 12 and 20 miles an hour, are very visible from US 1. So whatever planting we do has to be low. The next slide, we're showing some of the mahoganies. And these mahoganies in this particular case are very, very close to US 1. And those are the mahoganies that are actually lifting the empath at this time and actually starting to create issues with US 1. But you can see the planting strategy. Although these plants have been taken out, not only do you have trees and shrubs that actually have the potential to develop into tree, but we also have an understory canopy. We also have, and we wanted to show you this because it's not about removing every tree. We understand that out of the 930 trees that we have, we are removing 278. And the removal of those trees are for various reasons. One of them, maybe that is a beautiful tree, but it is right, we just can't do anything with that tree. The root system is so gigantic that we move them, but most of them are either health issues or just simply too close to the Metro Rail station. But in this particular slide, we wanted to show you how we have worked the path around existing trees. We are relocating 108 trees out of the 930. But what you see in here is exactly what there is there. You have trees and grass or soil or dirt. There's absolutely nothing else. By the time you finish, you see the same trees. Now we have the root barrier so we can protect the infrastructure and the path, but you also have all of this accompanied and enhancing landscaping that goes side-on-side with it. So the next thing that we wanted to talk to you was about communications. As I mentioned before, we have had over 100 meetings with the community. We also have surveys for each phase, and at the design of each phase, we had 2 public meetings, one at 35, 40%, and the other one at 90%. The 30 and 45% has been to really introduce the team and to introduce the concepts that are envisioned by the designer and to really obtain information back from the community. All of their ideas, their comments, and perhaps their concerns about this. The 90% has been used to actually share with them how the design developed and how all of their comments and concerns were incorporated and actually answer any of the questions. Now we have added, and obviously we're learning as we go through the process. We have, although we have 2 per phase, 2 of these meetings, now we are having an additional meeting, and this additional meeting is exclusively dedicated to discuss planning strategies and tree disposition. So there's absolutely no surprises. We already had the first meeting with the communities for phase 2, several communities. It happened on Wednesday, January the 16th at 6:30. We have over 72 attendees. And we tried to get as many of the questions as we could. At the end, we couldn't get to everybody, so we encouraged them to submit all of their questions via email, which we received, and I believe as of yesterday, everything had been responded to. In addition to all of these meetings, we have construction advisories posted on the Underlines website and also on our website. We have construction signage, and we have modified our approach. Now everything has a QR code, so anybody walking or wanting to get information about the project can have their scanners on their cameras and do this. And we have also implemented a pilot program, which is the new tree tagging program. And you can see actually, as you move through it, all of the new ribbons that we're using, all of the large tracks that we have been using, and also the QR codes on them. I believe that is what we have, and we will say, we realize, and again, we are learning as we move through the entire process, we realize that we could have done a better job communicating with the community, and these are lessons learned. So what we need to do is learn from our downfalls and move forward with an action plan. Subsequent to that, we have created a communications plan that we're going to be putting into effect for phase 3 of the Underline as soon as we can award the project. The next is
There were also questions about operations and maintenance. Friends of the Underline is a nonprofit organization. There's a second organization called the Underline Conservancy. It's a public-private board that is responsible for when the county completes construction, the Conservancy takes over operations. So the security guards that you saw, the maintenance crews that you see, all of that is done through the Underline Conservancy. And it's an incredible partnership with our county partner as well as the communities that we work with. We've made a lot of friends since we've been operating the Underline, and all the programs are also run through the Conservancy. Many of them are privately funded through grants, sponsorships, and other sources. And this is the model for the Underline operations, maintenance, and programming. I believe that's the last slide we have. So of course, there was a question about advertising. Did you want to talk? Signage and advertising?
Yes, so the last point on it is the question was whether the Underline will have billboards, and the answer to that is no. The Underline has its own, and it already was sent all of the signage ordinance to staff. It has its own extremely restrictive ordinance for signage, and it's all allowed. What is allowed is what you see on phase one. It is the signage on the columns, which says the Underline, Metro Rail Station. It has informational signage that provides how to use the exercise equipment, or it provides history about the area. For example, the roads, Vizcaya is going to have some of those on the columns. Directional signage, mileage, how far have you traveled, or have you run, or have you biked through the miles. But it has absolutely no billboards. So billboards does not belong in the Underline.
And that question came up because it was an item that came before the county commission about expansion of our billboard ordinance, but that was limited to areas around the Dolphin. It specifically excluded the rapid transit zone that are phase one, phase two, and phase three of the Underline. And it also specifically excluded Dadeland and all of the urban area for Dadeland that has a separate signage ordinance with Miami-Dade County. So that was just some confusion. The county actually has a very conservative signage ordinance that is based on proximity to residential housing. So it actually makes it very difficult, and we have been talking about some modifications, but we're working on that. And one thing that I wanted to mention, one of the first things that I did at the county was create expand municipal notice. So if we do make any changes, now you all have to be notified and you have more time to take an official position on these items. I'm the county commissioner for phase two and phase three. So I'll also be making sure that my office is communicating everything to you all. And if you have any questions, please, by all means, they're going to do a different type of outreach. I think we all have learned from this process. My office is also going to be doing outreach. We're doing some virtual, but we're also going to do some door-to-door. We really want the residents to understand what this amenity will bring, and that we're doing everything in our power to make sure that it is an asset to the community and something that will build community.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
Madam Chair? Do you need a motion, or is this simply a discussion item that then releases the funding?
It's a discussion item, and it depends on the will of the body.
We would like a motion.
Raquel, Commissioner Regalado, thank you very much for coming here and trying to be helpful from the county's side in helping with something that you haven't, had your full hands on. So I thank you for that. Meg, I go way back in having worked with your dad and huge projects. So I know what stock and what DNA you come from, which is the best. And I know that you have the best interest at heart in making this a legacy project for all of Miami-Dade County. And I thank you and your executive director. I'm calling her the right title on that. I apologize.
Irene.
Irene. But the concern that we had originally, as, you know, I think you understand, is that there was a huge canopy that was just wiped out. We can't help it anymore, it's gone. So I'm not gonna keep hampering at that because it's not gonna bring it back. My concern now is, and what I'm hearing oak trees and other big shade trees and so on. But, and that sounds wonderful, even though it's gonna take some time for most of them to grow to the height of what we had before in the canopy that we had.
Gumbo limbo grows very fast.
Yeah, but gumbo limbos will never give you the canopy. Never give you the canopy that what we had there before. That's a different type of tree.
But we're looking at mature live oaks is what we're looking at. So we're looking at getting those donated.
Yeah. Now,
We instructed the designers to actually look at where we could put some of those trees that are being donated or could be donated. We identified 15 to 20 places, but now we have to go to Wellington and find out which trees are the right trees for the right place.
sure,
Right.
the problem with live oaks, and I love them, and places like that are appropriate. Because in certain times of the year, they throw this little dust, and if you have a car anywhere near there, you're gonna have a problem. But it's a beautiful tree. In that area, it's great. They bring a lot of squirrels, which is also very good. But their roots float on top. That's why they fall down so quickly in hurricanes, and frankly, that's why you see their roots on top all the time and hitting concrete. And the others were cut down because of the roots. So I'm just saying that. But my concern now is in the area between where US 1 begins from I-95 to 17th Avenue, where all these trees were cut and the tree canopies were gone, all that I'm seeing are these Everglade palm trees, and some of them are bent so much that I hate to see the first strong wind that comes, what's going to happen to them. What are we going to do there to try to bring that canopy back? Because those little palm trees aren't going to do it.
So one of the things that we could do is sit down with you and go through the planning strategy for that entire area, have the landscaping designer explain every single plant material that is going to go onto that space, and if they need to do any modifications, they need to do it now, because obviously we're preparing the entire site at this point.
May I suggest something now that we're becoming arborists also and a landscape architects? I am, and I had always requested in my district color, flowers. I am a fan of trees.
Poincianas.
Poincianas, that's right. Poincianas are beautiful. I know they're messy also, but they are beautiful, and they are all the trees that they bloom and provide color and vivid colors. Because one thing that really has always amazed me, it is that having so much vegetation that has flowers, most of the plants that we use for landscape, I mean government landscape in Miami, in the city of Miami and Dade County, they're not flowers, they're not colors. You see, you see everything is green, 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 and I think that we should liven it up a little bit.
We have butterfly gardens.
You have what?
Butterfly gardens.
You have butterfly gardens.
Butterfly gardens. So the underline has several places where we have butterfly gardens. And that's one of the commitments that the county has made as part of like the Monarch Challenge. So that has lots of flowers.
Well, that's what I would like to see. You see, this is a park. This is a park in a
It's a linear
subtropical
park.
area. Subtropical areas, they have a lot of flowers.
So, Commissioner, if you remember when you took the tour before we all went
Did I say
into
that?
quarantine, we thought that we would just have discrete butterfly gardens. They would only be in certain places, but butterflies are smarter than all of us. And if you put the right plants in the right place, the whole park has become a pollinator park. So 120 acres, and the beauty about butterflies is they're attracted to color. So all of these native plants and trees that is the palette have flowers that attract butterflies. The monarchs we almost can't keep up with the milkweed because
You have
they're very
anything against
hungry, but
poinciana?
it does grow back. And so not only will you have color in trees, you'll also have color on the ground. And,
You have an aversion to royal poincianas?
pardon me?
No, we have no issues with Royal Poincianas that I
Have
know
any
of.
issues?
I'll ask the derm guys, but I'll definitely put it on the
Or
list.
bougainvilleas, you know?
No, it's a really beautiful palette, and I think it would be a good idea
Okay.
if we spend a few minutes, going through them
Listen,
section by section.
I am just giving you suggestions, and it is my personal taste. Some of the people like
Flamboyant.
greenery and all of that, but I mean, one thing that I love about Europe, that wherever you drive, I mean, you're driving in any road in Europe, and you see all the different flowers, the different colors. And even in some Latin American countries, Central America, you see it. I don't see why we cannot have that here.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Did I hear that Commissioner Carollo needs some additional information and that you will meet with him? Okay, because the hour is getting late,
about
and
to
I don't want us to keep
So what we
going.
will-
We still have quite a bit of an agenda to tackle.
Sure.
So-
So what I would like to see, the request would be for you to actually unfreeze the funds for the
Yes.
underline. We can put a condition, we will meet, with you, we will have the landscape architects, just show you the plans.
We need a resolution to, because we voted on freezing it.
That's
Please,
correct.
Commissioner
I will
Carollo.
make- I will make the, well, I'll make it to
Make the
unfreeze
Second.
the funds.
I heard a second.
What I'd like to do, if we can, Meg, Irene, you're certainly welcome to come, Commissioner. If we could meet with the neighbors on the area, which is my side of Silver Bluff, where all those trees were cut from, and try to talk to them and see how we could work in planting trees that someday will bring back the canopy. Because right now, what I'm seeing
Happy to do that.
are those scrub palms that frankly, those are the ones that all the nurseries can't get rid of. They can't sell, and that's not gonna do it.
Happy to do that, and I'll be there too.
Okay,
Thank you.
so we need a motion to rescind the resolution that
motion to
froze the
rescind.
fund.
Carollo, second
Madam Chair, I will highly recommend that the administration be part of these meetings with the neighborhood, with the county,
Yeah.
so that we can follow up for,
And
compliance.
parks that have done some already
Okay.
could do it. We could even bring our tent, and we could do it in our parkland that we have there.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
You want, I'll even bring plants.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Madam City Attorney, do you have the resolution number?
I don't know that it was a per se resolution number, I think it was just a motion, but it's just a motion to rescind any freeze on the funds and to move forward as originally.
Okay. Moved in second. Do I need public comments? City Clerk?
I believe there was a resolution that was passed, Resolution R-21-0015. If you can just give me just a moment to. Just a moment, just so we can make sure that if that resolution needs to be rescinded, that it's rescinded.
So Commissioner Carollo, we'll bring derm staff, and if you want, I'll even bring some plants from the county so that the neighbors can take them home.
Great.
So we'll have a meeting, we'll have a
that'll be
planting, we'll talk
fantastic.
underline.
Yeah.
I can bring the butterfly guy.
And now that everybody's asking, I would like to meet and see what kind of trees I'm gonna have on my side of it.
That's what
You're
I'd like
next.
to have Commissioner Reyes there, so he could help lobby for the poincianas.
Deal.
Okay, so Todd?
We'll find the resolution number.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And quickly, whatever issue you guys want me to talk about, I've told you several times, I'm happy to come down and tell you what we're doing at the county. Regarding the connectivity of the bike paths, I would make this recommendation. You have a seat on the TPO. That seat is currently occupied by the mayor. Maybe one of you should take that seat and attend. That would be the place for us to talk about the connectivity issue. I attend every TPO meeting, not every commissioner does. It's a little onerous, but that's where we have these conversations about long-term planning, and a lot of the planning and decisions that are made there are then carried on to the county. So when we talk about these pedestrian bike paths and when and where they connect, just like when we talk about the bridges, many of which are very controversial, it starts first at the TPO. So I would recommend that you attend there, and then we can have an open conversation about it, and we can actually bring county staff, walk through the whole process, and make it a collaborative effort.
Great.
Did I hear that the mayor wasn't having the time to attend?
I haven't seen him lately at the TPO, but just a suggestion.
Where did we end up with the Coconut Grove Playhouse?
The Playhouse, I sent you all a letter regarding, obviously I've been empowered by my board to negotiate a settlement. I presented some changes. We had several meetings. We have the support of several stakeholders. The project is fully funded. If you did not support the appeal, then we would just submit our permits. And that's where we are on the Playhouse. There really is nothing more that I could do on my side. And like I communicated in the letter, this money has been sitting around at the county for quite a long time. And the state has asked us as to why we haven't moved forward on this lease. I did spend a lot of time researching the lease, what changes we could make. I worked with the architect and with the county to see what we could do. Some of the changes that we made, I think, are very beneficial. I did add components that I think are important. It now has a pocket park. It has an MOU with the schools. It has more educational programming and Gable Stage, which will become Grove Stage, also committed to all those changes. A lot of time has passed. But at this point, I really think that we need to make a decision. I'm going to be forced to go back to my board, and that unfortunately will bring a reallocation of that bond money.
How much money is there?
Well, we have the project's fully funded. So over time, we needed 10 million, but since time has passed, we already have that from the parking garage. So we're ready to go. The fear is that we keep it shuttered and it'll be demolition by neglect. And I just don't want to be responsible for that. So like I said in the letter, I know that the mayor has said that he has an alternative plan. I haven't seen any legislation or any money for this alternative plan. So if you all want to do something different, then I'm happy to take to my board to cede our position to you. And then you can go to the state and you guys can do whatever you like and you can deal with this mess. But we've kind of come to the end at the county. We can't do anything more.
And Commissioner, Madam Chair,
Yes.
so what you have for us is $10 million available?
Well, the bond money that we have, my board has to decide what they're going to do with it. What the parking structure has generated in the time that we've been in litigation covered the difference that the county was asking for the city. So right now, there is no financial ask for the city of Miami. We would just build the project with the parking authority.
Okay. And what's the total, and that will be which of the two proposals? There was a huge debate about a couple of years back.
Right.
The larger playhouse or the smaller playhouse?
This is the smaller version of it.
The 350 plus seats, right?
Right. It keeps intact the original theater, but it does demo the back of it. What I changed was now the back of it looks like the back that's there now. The issue is the city of Miami has approved a parking structure with only 320 parking spaces. So no matter how big you make the Playhouse, you only have so many parking spaces.
The city of Miami or the Miami Parking Authority?
The city of Miami approved the parking structure and it cannot be bigger than 320 spaces.
Okay.
And that's one of the issues that we have when we meet with the adjacent neighbors. You can imagine the Playhouse has been shuttered for 15 years. So those neighbors don't remember an activated playhouse. And now we're talking about, 200 plus seats. We need to have the adjacent parking structure. If we go bigger than that, it costs a lot more money, and the county is not open to the idea of a bigger theater and completely changing the plans that they've already committed to. That's what's been approved by our board and by yourself. If we go bigger, the parking lot's gonna stay the same, and I don't think that the residents they've said that they're not open to that many more people. You guys dealt with the issue of Charles Street and the hotel and what happened, with a much, much smaller structure. It is now a very residential area, and we all want to activate it, but we also have to be cognizant that it's been dormant for 15 years. I think that there's a desire to go back to the heyday of the Playhouse, but as I mentioned in the letter and in the presentations, the reality is that we have the Art Center, we have the Miami-Dade Convention Center, we have a lot of bigger venues. So it really cannot compete. We can't get in a time machine and go back to a Miami where it was the biggest venue, and that area has changed. What I want to provide is connectivity to the West Grove, something that's beautiful, that's open, that children in local schools can participate in, and that also alleviates some of the parking issues. Some of the folks that are for the bigger Playhouse say that there isn't a parking issue. I think everyone in Coconut Grove would disagree. And we did also bring in the local schools that support it. They're gonna have priority to use the parking structure during the day when it's not being used by the Playhouse. And that's something that the neighbors were very happy about because it's very difficult in and out during those peak times. So really, the ball's in your court. You all are supporting this appeal. If you dropped your support of that appeal, we would just submit our permits.
Thank you.
Do you want to hear about the peacocks real quick?
No.
Next time.
Next time.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
I
Thank
do,
you.
I am concerned that I'm seeing very, very few peacocks
They've been
in
making
Coconut Grove.
croquetas out of it.
So they've all moved to Pinecrest, really. That's really the answer. They've all moved to Pinecrest in South Miami, and no one wants to hurt the peacocks. So it really is about finding how to move them from one place to the other without hurting them. And we have a lot of complaints now during mating season. This really wasn't about the Grove. As many of you know, the city of Miami is a bird sanctuary, and I represent all the way up to 140th. So my issue is my other cities that have flocks of them. So in Pinecrest, we have 30, 40 in certain areas together, and that's really the issue.
I think in Coconut Grove, that's the area, that's the bird sanctuary.
Yes.
Little Havana, it's a different kind of bird, the rooster.
Well, on the books, the city of Miami is a bird sanctuary. How that all plays out is a different story. But we're really trying to allow the municipalities to find solutions to areas where they just have too many. And again, we're seeing it in places where they have acres and acres, right? So it's very different when you have 20, 30, 40 of them.
Well, this is starting to end up like the rooster patrol.
It's not Chicken Busters. We're not going there. You and I both know that story. We're not going there.
Drive around the Grove, you're not going to see too many anymore. So someone's getting rid of them as fast as they can.
Well,
Thank you, Commissioner Regalado.
You're welcome. We're happy
Thank
to talk about it, and we're actually working with Fish and Wildlife. So we found a few sanctuaries, and we just want to give people options when the populations get too large.
All right.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
The city clerk would like to read into the record the resolution number for.
Thank you, Chair. The resolution number pertaining to the underline that was rescinded was Resolution R-21-0515.
Thank you, Todd. So we are now on our PZ items. Are there any items to be deferred, withdrawn?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, I understand one of the applicants for PZ 10 and 11.
Will,
For PC 10 and 11,
yes.
okay?
They're gonna
Then
make, they're-
I'll make a motion that we also defer PC 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 14, and 15.
1, 7.
1,
You said that fast, Commissioner.
on purpose.
I second.
Except these gentlemen have been here a while, so I don't think they will be too keen on that.
Right.
What items are you here for, sir?
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Bill Riley with offices located at 1671 Northwest 17th Terrace. Madam Chairperson, Mr. Vice Chairman, we're here on items number 10 and 11. As you may have seen us talking throughout the day, we've continued our dialogue with our neighbors. We thought it might be fruitful to continue that dialogue a little bit further. So we would ask for the item to be deferred, and we would ask for one concession, if the board is willing to accommodate it, is that the item come back on first reading at your first hearing in March, and second reading on your second agenda item in March.
Okay. I'll be willing to make a motion for this item to be deferred, and for the first reading come back on the first meeting in March,
Which one is that?
and the second reading on the second meeting in March.
Thank you, Mr.
Which one
Vice
is
Chairman.
that? 10 and 11?
10 and 24. That would be March 10th and 24th.
No, what are we deferring?
We're deferring items PZ 10 and 11.
That's what it said.
And Madam Chair, if it's one after the other in the readings, they may need to pay for the advertising costs.
And we'd be happy to do that if that's the case.
Okay.
So that's part of the resolution. They pay for the advertising.
Thank you.
They pay half, Mr. Winker pays half. He's not smiling, though.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm missing Commissioner Russell. Motion passes 4 with 1 abstaining.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Absent.
Absent. Okay. Are there any other items in the PZs that you would like to withdraw or defer?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Are there any items that you guys want to pull?
1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 14, 15.
You want to pull those? You want to discuss all of those?
Well, who's here for any items left? This gentleman seems to have come ready.
Here for PZ1.
PZ1, okay,
PC 1?
yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's in District 5.
It is in District 5. And I can keep this very short unless you want me to go through a full presentation. This is,
Okay, if I could, Chair.
Go ahead.
Can we find out who's here for what else?
Oh, okay. So we have, you are here for?
PZ 15,
And Chair, if I can get the speaker's name?
Alon Matoya.
What district is this one in?
District 5 as well?
District 5.
Boy.
And a lot.
Okay.
Madam Chair, is that all we have left?
Anybody here for
PZ1?
7, 8, 9, 14, or 2? Come up. Sir?
Sorry, I need this on the record and the speaker's name.
Felipe Angulo for PZ 14, sir.
Okay,
Also District 5.
District 5. You're becoming popular.
Very
popular.
Why don't we vote
Madam Chair, PZ,
District 5 and let's vote it?
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
PZ 15 is citywide.
You are correct. It's citywide, but,
Okay, last, again, anybody else here for PC 2, 7, 8, or 9? Okay,
okay, so can I get a motion to pass PZ 1?
14 and 15, I'll move it.
I second it.
Wait a minute. PZ 1,
14 and 15.
15. Moved and second.
14, and 15.
are you in agreement with that? or-
Well, it's your district, so.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
PZ 1, 14 and
14
15.
and 15.
Okay.
And I think that's
Do I
all of them.
have, do I have a second?
Second,
All in favor?
Chair?
aye.
So we
14.
have, could we, PZ1 is a resolution. I don't have to read that one into the record. Then PZ 14 and 15 are ordinances that I do have to read into the record.
Could you please go right ahead?
Excuse me for a second. Did we have public hearing on the PC?
Yes.
Right, okay.
So PZ 14, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended to amend Appendix C, Midtown Overlay District, Section 627.1.6, titled Building Placement and Buildable Area, Section 627.1.7, titled Maximum Height, Build to Minimum Setback and Use Requirements, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. PZ 15, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended more specifically by amending Article 1, Section 1.2, titled Definitions and Terms, to modify the definitions of attainable mixed income housing and workforce housing by amending Article 3, Section 3.15, titled Affordable and Attainable Mixed Income Housing Special Benefit Program, supplemental regulations to add new incentives, including a floor lot ratio bonus and new minimum unit sizes for the development of projects providing housing for mixed income populations to permit affordable and attainable mixed income developments abutting a T3 suburban zone, transit zone by a process of exception with City Commission approval, clarifying language within Miami 21, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. For an effective date, not immediate.
Madam City Attorney, do you mention the regulations that have to be city-owned and all that?
So this PZ 15 is only supposed to apply to religious-owned properties or government properties, is my understanding.
Okay.
It has the constraints on the AMI, that to make it real affordable.
Yes, sir, those are it's the
I just want to
original one.
make sure
Yes,
that
sir.
when we say affordable, it's affordable.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that going to be, that's an amendment, or it's already in there? Okay.
It's already in.
So that is already in the legislation, Commissioner Reyes.
Commissioner Russell, we are voting on PZ 1, 14, and 15. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Jump to PC 7.
You want to skip PZ 2?
Right now, yes, unless it's going to be quick.
That depends on you guys.
Can we defer PC2?
It was deferred.
That wasn't for PC2?
Yes,
Okay.
No, PC2's
No.
in play.
no.
PZ 2 is not deferred.
No,
It's not deferred, it was moved before 5 PM is what we did.
Right, we can
can
it's
defer.
6 o'clock now, so we can
I
take
can
it.
move to defer it, right? PC2?
If that's the will of the body,
That's the will of the body.
I'm ready to.
You know where I stand, I'm the sponsor of the item, so I'll go with the will of the commission. If the will is here to pass it, I'd like to do it today. If there is uncertainty within the majority, I'm okay with the deferral, so. But if there are 2 no votes and 3 yes votes or something like that, I'd rather just move through it. So I don't know where everybody is. We honestly haven't had a deep discussion on it, but I'm open either way.
I will be voting for it, the ordinance. So you all know where I stand. I think you made it clear where you stand. And I guess it's the will of the commission. If it's 3-2, then so be it. Either way.
I wanted to clarify, right now, there is no gambling on city-owned properties. This would be,
What are you talking about? We do it every day. Kidding. Bad joke.
this would be a citywide gambling ordinance, citywide.
If I may say it, I'm going to say why we want to vote it against. I don't want to place constraints on the city that they are not required. We are constraining our city of, first there was a resolution that no gambling in the city of Miami. Now that we have the zoning prohibiting gambling, I think that the city should have make their decisions on their own, not but gear, or because some group of somebody doesn't like gambling. We have gambling every day. I don't like gambling. I don't go gambling I never go gambling. But I think the city of Miami should have the liberty or the ability to make their own decisions when, in the future, I don't know what's going to happen, but I don't want to constrain or tie the hands of our city. And that's the only reason why. It's not that I am pro-gambling or against gambling. It is that I think that the city has autonomy and as such should make their own decisions. And that's my,
Madam Chair, I'm open to making a motion, and we can roll the dice, if you will.
whatever
and see
you
what-
want.
I
You know how,
think, let's make the motion.
So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Chair, the title?
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the city of Miami, Florida, as amended by further amending Article 1 titled Definitions and Article 6 titled Supplemental Regulations to prohibit gambling facilities containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Motion carries 3-2. PZ 3 and 4 have been withdrawn. We're at PZ 7.
PC 7. For the sake of moving this along quickly, and then some future time, we could revisit it. On PC 7, if we could limit this to affordable housing for home ownership in city-owned lots. That is a very narrow area that we're going to limit it to.
So take out the attainable mixed income, just affordable.
Well, it's, this one here, if it'll pass, I'm happy with it. But what I want to make sure is, and I'm willing to vote for it just this way, but I don't want to create any more heartburns anywhere. And I will be happy if the administration is okay with it, to vote for it, limited to affordable home ownership for city-owned lots. But if there's a will to vote for it this way,
I will second that amendment.
I'm going to be very honest. I being a little bit reticent. I am very frank that we are going to allow height, additional floors in areas like, for example, I have a bunch of T5s. And I have, this could benefit me because I have a lot that.
well, that's why I'm making it only then.
That's right, but let me finish, please, Commissioner. My problem is that I don't want to stick a 12-story building amongst T5s, you see, will be look out of there. I understand what are you trying to do, you see, and if we are going to limit it, I would like to limit it more to certain areas, you see, like 1.5 miles from the core downtown, that is coming from the downtown or something like that. That will.
Look, the only district, frankly, that I know of at this point that wants home ownership is District 3. I haven't heard it from any of the other districts, hopefully.
District 5
District
wants home ownership,
4,
and
we
will
have.
have home ownership. It's
I
very important.
have a
to me.
building coming up that is going to be home ownership.
Okay, so I think that if we really want to make this the priority that it needs to be and really make it affordable, this is the way we have to go. And this is going to be few lots, and the height is not going to be much greater, if any, than what is allowed by law today with the bonuses.
Well, there's a big difference, between 2 and T6 and a T5 in height.
Well, it also, if I may, Commissioner Carter, just to be clear, because I want to understand it. In essence, you're doubling the number of available affordable house, almost doubling, right? The number of affordable housing units, which I think is something that's commendable, because I think that we need to do everything in our power to add additional affordable housing in our city. There's a dearth of that in our community. So I think that the city that's running out of land, especially city-owned land, to go vertical makes sense.
Well,
And that aversion to going vertical concerns me, because it's not as forward-thinking as I think we should be in trying to address this issue. We have a city-owned lot that's ready to go, that we could put 100, I think, up to 115
Listen.
units there. That makes sense to me.
I accept that amendment that is only for home ownership.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what the amendment's for.
That's right. I accept that amendment,
I like the amendment that's
and I will, but I am still, I am concerned that we are gonna destroy, or we could destroy, the integrity of the neighborhood by having all T5s and then having a building that is gonna be 12-story high.
Okay,
Madam Chair.
That's
Commissioner
what-
Russell?
Thank you. I have a question, and maybe for the amendment or for planning and legal, and it may be because it's just late. How do we do ownership on a city-owned lot? Are we condominiumizing it and selling parts of it?
Yes, that's the only way.
And so it'll remain city property, but the unit gets sold as a condominiumized unit?
Well, no, it would be private, but what I'm envisioning that will happen is the following, because otherwise I wouldn't be going through all this trouble. One, there have to be deed restrictions, since what's going to happen here is, since we're not looking to make the big bucks, in fact, for the city, we're not looking to make any.
We don't want them to either. They
Yeah.
can't flip it.
This properties are going to end up costing about 50% or so of market value. So I don't want us to sell it to someone, and they turn around in a day, a week, a month, a year or two, and they flip it for market value, and then what do? We didn't accomplish anything. So first, we have to put deed restrictions.
Yeah.
That they could only sell it for whatever instrument we decide as a city to create that decides, based on the amount that they paid, what percent of that amount can go high or stay the same every year. And that the city of Miami will always have the right of first refusal, so that we could always buy it and keep it in the pot for us to, give it out to the most needy.
And if I may add, we should have also, because we are in the process of building single-family homes for ownership.
Yeah.
And we will have to have a covenant that they will have to stay with the property for a certain amount of time. And after that, then we can prorate whatever if they sell it. I mean, that's the only
All
way.
that is part of once
But that,
we are building something, we'll come back and we hash out.
Right, of course.
And it's very important to hash that out before we build it. And give it to someone.
Let me get staff, because now this is changing, and here you have a denial recommendation. So what are your thoughts on the amendment that has been proposed?
Well, he's leaving here next week anyway, so let's wait for the new guy, see what he says. No, I'm teasing.
Madam Chair, thank
I
you.
was teasing him about that before, he knows it.
Thank you, sir. The recommendation from the planning department is not going to change because it really is based on
The
height
height?
and setbacks. I'm not sure, though, about the ownership condominiumization of an apartment on city-owned land. I think, unfortunately, I'm going to
It'd
have
be complicated.
to ask my city attorney
Yeah, management.
to opine on that. The way that it's written now, it doesn't state whether it's for lease or for rental, for lease or for ownership.
That's
So
right.
that
That's-
it wouldn't
that's-
have to be amended.
Yeah, it has to be amended, and that's why I'm saying that, because right now, the way it was, even though I could vote for it this way, it was too wide. And my idea is not to create wars, ruffle anybody's feathers. My idea is to create true affordable housing. And Commissioner Diaz-Bertia, thank you for your words, but let me say this, I wish we could be doubling the amount, but all that we're hoping to do is have the option of increasing either by 25% or at the most by 50%, depending what works best.
I want to make clear what my position has been. I've been always a protector of the integrity of the neighborhoods. And we have a different, for example, on Flagler Street, everything is, there's a T5. And a 12-story or 14-story building will stick like a sore thumb on. And we will have to also understand that there are established neighbors in that area that could be affected, because I know that we have to build affordable housing, and I am working very hard on it. You see, it is not that we are sitting on our hands, but we have a responsibility with the established neighborhood, and how are we going to affect them? And that is my position. I've been my position all the time. And that's why I said, okay, I know that from downtown coming down to west, we have, it's almost inevitable that tall buildings are going to be built on areas like 8th Street and 7th Street. But there are other neighborhoods, since this is all it's citywide, that could be affected. If we limit it to certain areas, I mean, I don't have any problem.
Well, it is limited to city-owned lots.
That's right,
It's
but
city-owned lots, but I understand the height and the density. Commissioner Croyo, would you like to have staff take another look at your proposed for home ownership? Because I think that's
because staff doesn't live in the city. Staff doesn't know what our people are suffering through in the city. And staff forgot that the street next door, 8th Street, in this wonderful Miami 21, has been zoned for years now to 12 stories. And they did it opposite. In the back of it, you could only go up to 8 stories. So what this will do is that it'll give us the opportunity to, in the back, be able to go 10 stories, which is only 25% more, or maybe at the most equal 8th Street to 12. And whether you have a 12-story building or a 10-story building in 8th Street or 7th Street, it's going to be basically the same thing.
Yes.
So then staff should recommend to take all of 8th Street and do away with the Miami 21 provisions and then bring it down to whatever they're recommending then for 7th Street.
Let me add, hold on a second.
Let me,
Sure.
so I don't speak too much. I think also one of the concerns is that there's no notice to the residents if this passes.
Yes.
There'll be no notice provision.
This is first reading, I believe.
There has to,
This
this
is first reading, we could do it between first and
This first
second.
reading, but
Yes.
Ma'am?
there will be notice to the
There,
residents.
it is via waiver, so there is notice to the abutting residents and the
Yeah.
net offices.
Okay.
Let me make my point clear. You see, I do understand that what Commissioner Carollo is saying about that 8th Street is 12-story. You see, I mean, it's just one block away. But I don't want, areas like Flagler, for example, that they are zoned on T5s, that we will have, we would have to change, we would change that, or if government, the city, I have a lot in Flagler Street, but I will not build a 12-story building there because it affects the city. He doesn't live in the city of Miami, but I do, and I have neighbors and I know how they feel. So we have to protect our established neighborhoods. Now, that's why I said if we limit it to certain areas, it is fine, but once you make it citywide, the whole city is not the same thing.
I will say this to you, Commissioner, that 8th Street, right next door, is zoned for 12 stories. I don't agree with that necessarily, and I'm going to tell you another reason why. Because you should build in a scale.
Yes.
And the place that you start lower should be A Street, and you see that scale behind A Street, and then across the street on 7th Street. Secondly of all, the areas that I'm looking at for the T5, they're not surrounded by single home, they're surrounded by apartment buildings.
Yes.
And apartment buildings, frankly, that have slumlords, they don't give a hoot about the condition they're in. And if we're going to really be able to make a dent on true affordable housing, I'm only asking for a fraction of what this commission in the past and past commissions have awarded scores of developers 40, 50, 60% more, and nobody's ever said anything when it was for
market rate.
expensive,
For market rate.
expensive condominium.
For market rate, not
Yeah.
for affordable.
I'm asking for about a 25%.
But 25%, how high it will be? 10?
I've said it, 25% would be 2 more stories.
Fantastic, I'll go with it.
There's 10 stories. If it's 50%, it's 4 stories. And if you're having on A Street 12 stories right now, it has been 12 stories. In fact, some have been rezoned in A Street, go by 19th Avenue, and you got 14, 15 stories.
Yes, which I don't agree with it either.
Yeah, well, I don't either.
You see,
So
I don't agree
what
with
I'm
that.
asking to be able to relieve the biggest need that the city has, that's affordable housing, is to be able to go up a little more. I'm not asking for the huge amounts that normally developers have come here and asked for market rate apartments. I'm asking only a little bit so that we could bring true affordable housing.
You said you're gonna go the maximum 10 stories?
Well, I've said 10 to 12. That's why.
I'm ready to vote.
And I'm being honest. Look, I could tell you
10 to 12.
whatever,
No, I
but I'm
think-
being honest that you need.
Well,
So
well,
I have,
I'm sorry.
I think the will of the body is that we are ready to vote.
Yes, ma'am.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair, the title?
No, no,
The
no.
ti- the-
No, hold on a second. I didn't understand Commissioner Carollo. My understanding is we want to go from T5 to T6.
No.
Hold
No.
on, well, hold on a second, hold on, let me ask you. And that allows you to go up to 12 stories. I have no problem with 12 stories, so you know, for whatever that's worth. I think 12 stories makes sense. Right now, they can go up to 8, and I buy your argument. It's true that an A Street can go up to 12 stories. We're also having a task force, a committee that we set up to revamp Miami 21. I think everybody up here agrees that Miami 21 is obsolete, and we need to change it. So to keep referencing, with all due respect, Commissioner Reyes, back to Miami 21, I think we have a lot of problems with Miami 21.
Yep.
So I think this is going to be a good step. We're not doing it, it's not an exaggerated height increase, it's 4 stories, and it adds additional affordable housing units, and I think that makes sense. And
Yes,
just for now, I mean, and then we
But
revisit
with
Miami
the
20
amendment that it's for,
I do understand, Madam Chair, I do understand, and I have mixed feelings about this. You see, I know that the need is there, but I am, once we make it citywide, you see, that's what really, I mean, because I don't know when we live here, who is gonna be sitting in my seat, and just as we bought land on 50th, 51st and Flagler, which is a lot there, that it is T5, and then we'll say, okay, then I'm gonna go 12-story. Well, all the other buildings are, you see, at T5, and the effect on the surrounding neighborhood, will be totally negative. Commissioner Carollo has in that area, that's why I wanted to see if there's a possibility of limiting it to certain areas. Commissioner Carollo is right. This property is surrounded by some of them dilapidated apartment buildings that I know that with time, they are going to be built, and we're going to have the same builders that they are coming in here and asking for those buildings to go to T6. You see, to go 12-story. But that's why I have nothing against that. My only concern is that it is citywide and the effect, a negative effect could have in other areas.
It's city-owned lots,
Yes,
which
ma'am.
could be city, but there's not a lot of city-owned lots, and the motion already passed.
No. So the title still needs to be read into the record before the
Victoria,
vote
can you
is
please
taken.
read the title into the record?
And just to clarify, it is with the amendment that Commissioner Carollo proposed.
Yes,
An
for home
ordinance-
ownership.
Can I make a final plea, in spite of the amendment Commissioner Carollo stated, to not limit it to homeownership? Because I think you'll get more bandwidth out of this if you have the flexibility to do homeownership or rental. I'm just telling you, if you want to really attack the homeownership issue, and we have properties that we have available in terms of the city inventory, I think if we maintain some flexibility to it, it'll actually help us solve a problem.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'm just going to make one last plea that we
I'm
could do that.
perfectly fine with that.
Rescinding the amendment?
So I move to, reconsider.
Chair?
Or rescind.
I believe it's just Commissioner Corral's withdrawing his amendment, so it's going to be voted upon as is.
No,
No?
It's going to be.
it's going to be home ownership or rentals, so we
But
can
in
have
city-owned lots.
only on the city-owned lots.
As
By
drafted.
the city.
But Mr. City Manager, are you going to mix rental and home ownership in the same building?
Who knows?
No.
That's it, that you make clear. I mean, we have to clear that it has to be either or, because if
Well-
not, that's going to be a mess.
The mechanics that you can't do a mixed-use
Right,
building
it has
that's
to be
mixed
either
ownership.
or.
It has to be one or the other.
And let me explain to you why I think the manager is also explaining this to you and asking this. In some of the lots that we have bought in my district, it's no problem, because when you buy a lot, we could, do condominiums or we could do rentals. The problem lies is when you have to go and get a property in the future, we have to do eminent domain. Let's say we need properties, which we do in different parts of our area, for parking. Parking by itself, doesn't make sense for you to acquire properties. But now, if you could put on top apartments, and I'm saying apartments because you didn't buy the property, you had to acquire through eminent domain. The eminent domain statute doesn't allow you to then sell that property through condominiums or any other way if you acquire through eminent domain. So you're limited then to make it into rental apartments. But we also need that, because as we've all stated, we need a balance in the market of what we do. So that's the reason that the manager is stating that.
And then now I have the ability of raising my, a little bit, because I'm not going to go high.
And also, staff has advised me that we do not need to make the provision for home ownership. This resolution covers both, so we don't have to specifically.
And this is first reading, right?
This is first reading, so
From
Victoria
first reading
can
to next reading, we might
have something.
try to limit it to certain, that is my ask, is that we limit it to certain areas and not make it citywide.
Okay. Victoria, can you read the
Yes.
title into the record?
I'm sorry, one last thing, because Commissioner Reyes had asked for us to do certain amendments. Commissioner Reyes, would you like us to carve out District 4 now?
Yes.
Or you'll think about it between now and?
I'll think about it, and
Okay.
what I'm saying is less, if the possibility of carve out is fine, we will discuss it on the second reading, or if it is up to certain, in reference to the.
We'll work
tall
with
buildings,
Caesar on that.
reference to tall buildings, certain distance in reference to tall buildings.
Okay.
Okay.
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, more specifically by amending Article 1 titled Definitions and Article 3, Section 3.15 titled Affordable and Attainable Mixed Income Housing Special Benefit Program Supplemental Regulations to amend the definition of the term parking tandem and to create regulations for City of Miami-owned lots located wholly within a T5 Urban Center Transit Zone and/or T6 Urban Core Transit Zone with a qualified development containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date.
The city clerk would like me to clarify that this ordinance is without any amendments. It's as read.
Perfect, thank you.
That is correct. All in favor?
Aye.
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 On first.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Look at all this consensus. Look at all this love happening in here. I'm loving this dais right now.
Between first and second, we are going to sit down with the city attorney and with Cesar and see how I can protect my neighborhood.
Okay. PZ8?
Caesar, can you look into the 12 stories on 8th Street from Miami 21, see how you could lower that so you could help his neighborhoods also?
Yes, sir.
In mine?
Yes, sir.
No, I said in mine.
Okay, we're on PZ8.
Madam Chair, do you want me to read the title?
Please.
An ordinance of Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 10544 has amended the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan of the City of Miami, Florida pursuant to expedited state review process subject to section 163.3184 Florida statutes by adding a property rights element as required by section 163.31776 I1 Florida statutes, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Do I have a motion?
Sure.
Move.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
I'll move PZ9.
Second.
Hold on one second. PZ9. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Madam City Attorney?
Read it into the record, please.
Is this PZ9?
Yes.
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended, more specifically by amending Appendix A, Section A2, titled Village West Island District and Charles Avenue and CD2, to change your responsibility for reviewing and making recommendations to the planning director from the Urban Design Review Board to the Historic and Environmental Preservation Board, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
I think we're left with PC 14 and 15. It's your district?
Those are
Those already passed.
Oh, did it pass? That's right.
Those
We
are-
did it before, yeah.
Yes, they already passed, so it
Think we're
looks.
done.
It looks
10
to
and
me-
11? Did I miss those?
They're the applicant and
Right.
Yeah, they withdrew.
So the only remaining is
they
the board.
they deferred.
The board appointments is the only remaining.
The only remaining item is the board appointments.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so I understand, and I'm the newest one on the body, that it is now time for us to reappoint chairpersons to various boards. So I'll start with requesting that I am,
Chair, it can be handled in many different ways. You can do the vote in one fell swoop. You can take it in blocks, chair, vice chair, and then the outside agencies. You can do them one at a time.
well, that's what I'm doing, okay?
It's the will of the body.
Well, I am requesting to be reappointed to the Southeast Overtown. Second?
I'll second it. No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to move that I be appointed as chairman of the Omni CRA.
Do I have a motion? I mean,
I moved it.
is there a second?
There is the OVCRA. I did ask Commissioner Russell if he was definitely leaving, and you are leaving. That you said that. And,
My term ends in 2023, so I'm leaving in 2023 regardless.
but no, you're talking. But you're going into the primaries. You will have to resign pretty soon.
Not until 2023.
Until 2023. Well, I made my decision and I second the motion.
Uh-oh.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, please. I have, we have ping-ponged this one before, and I think switching horses midstream it causes a little disruption. Considering the school board's vote this week, this is something I worked on for over 4 years now with the school board to get their 9 acres back on the rolls. We have a memo of understanding between the Omni CRA and the school board. I'm really excited to get as much done as I can while I'm here. I'm very proud of this still being, I know we share this in our district between us, and I'd love to continue that work. We also share staff between the Omni CRA and the Coconut Grove CRA. It's not a major issue, but I would like to continue that work. I serve those residents, and I'm very proud of it. I do hope to count on Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla's support on that board, because we're doing a lot of good things together. The TIF deals and grants that have been written, all of this hinges on, the CRA getting extended. So we have a lot of work to do, but I love to work together with you all as your chair.
Okay. Anyone else?
I agree with you that, I think that with that project that you're talking about, you see, it is a project that I've been hearing for a long, long time, and even when Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla was there, and in my opinion, it will require that the city, the Overtown Park West, the Omni area, the Omni CRA, will have to back bonds for a very extended time, that it could go beyond the existence of the right now we have a little problem with the Omni CRA. That is something that really upset me, was the deal that was made with the county that allows the county to retrieve their contribution and leave those hanging with, they are retrieving the $10 million, and they're going to use it, which is a bad deal, and I am very upset because of that. Very upset because of that deal, and now we are the ones that are contributing the most. We're going to be contributing $19 million, and that is the case. There is no more a CRA, because that TIF that has that the part on the county, it is not used on the Omni area, and it is only that city part that is one and that is going to be extended, and that is not even fair for the rest of the and that upsetted me a lot.
Commissioner Carollo, do you have anything to add?
I do. Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, you heard what Commissioner Reyes stated on the county deal. I think we have another 6 years, am I right? Commissioner Russell left in the life of this CRA, the Omni CRA?
2028.
You have one commissioner that feels that this is wrong. You got a second one that feels the same way.
And a third one.
But that's where I'm going. I want an absolute commitment with you.
Yes.
I want a commitment from you that you will not vote for this up here in favor of the county's resolution.
You have a 110% commitment on that.
And let me tell you what has happened here. I'd rather let it die, and then we create our own entity with the monies we were getting from there, than to go forward in this deal. And why? The money that they're giving us, they're not really giving it to us. They're stating that that money is going to go to arts facilities, meaning the performing arts,
Yes.
meaning the museums. So what they're doing is, with CRA money that was supposed to go for blighted area,
County facility.
they're taking care of the commitments that they have long-term
And the port tunnel.
for the Performance Arts Center, for the museums.
The port
And then on
tunnel.
top of that, they want a say-so from the county commission on our portion of our money.
But how can we use it?
So, to me, that's a non-deal. Because right now, the city of Miami has $25 million per year that we're putting from our tax revenue into the Omni CRA. In 6 years from now, that's going to be probably closer to 35 million. And with this 25 million right now, into the future, we could bond that out right now and probably have close to, certainly no less than some $600-700 million. And, you know, we create whatever we want to call it there, or we bring it into the general fund. Now, one thing this city needs is transportation. We need to connect our city from one end to the other. Metro Rail only does a little bit of that. The bus system we have only does a little bit, and so does the trolleys that we have. But with that kind of money, and now with the new money coming from the feds, we could connect with Metro Rail, with People Mover, underground, above ground, in space, I don't care what, our whole city, so that, you know, our most needy can move from one place to the other. They don't have to depend on a car, and they can go to work in different places and make a living, and not be stuck in an area because they can't afford a car. And transportation, as we know it, and we all know, is non-functional in the city. So that commitment I want from you. Secondly, please, I don't want you to step in any more landmines there. I don't want to create a tidal wave, tsunami, and I think you understand exactly what I'm saying. So with that commitment from you, I will go forward, because, I mean, I asked this at the last meeting that we had, and Commissioner Russell stated to me, he stated to all of us, he's running. And I was surprised when I heard that. That's why I said what I did. So if he's going to be running in the primary, he's not going to be pulling out, then it really doesn't matter if he's there a few more months or not. And
Well, Madam Chair,
but
I think we
Ready
have
to
a
vote?
motion and a second, and I believe we're ready to vote. All in favor?
aye.
No.
aye.
Motion carries.
4-1.
Thank you, Commissioners.
The Midtown CRA, do I have a motion?
I move that Commissioner Russell be appointed chairman of the Midtown CRA.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Downtown Development Authority,
I move that Commissioner Manolo Reyes be named Chairman of the Downtown Development Authority.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Bayfront Park Management Trust,
I move that Commissioner Joe Carollo be named Chairman of the Bayfront Park Trust.
Commissioner Reyes, second. All in favor?
Aye. I also move that, Madam Chair, you be named Vice Chairman of the Coconut Grove CRA.
Where is that?
It's the next list. It's vacant.
Ah, okay. Is there a second?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Midtown CRA Vice Chair. Is there a motion to reappoint Commissioner Carollo?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Omni CRA Vice Chair.
Wait, I'm sorry. 4?
Was the seconder.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Vice Chair,
Yes, no, understood.
yes.
Okay. We're on the Omni CRA Vice Chair.
I move that Commissioner Joe Carollo be reappointed as Vice Chair.
Is there a second?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Southeast Overtown Park West CRA Vice Chair.
Who is it now?
Pardon?
I move that I be reappointed Vice Chair of the Overtown CRA.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
I'm doing it off memory, Madam Chair, so you gotta help me here.
Well,
I'll have a list.
okay. I would like to be appointed to the Greater Miami Conventions Bureau.
That's mine now. So I move that you be appointed to the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau.
I second. Thank you.
I move that all remaining appointments remain the same.
Sorry, if we just get a vote on
Wait a
the
minute.
Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau?
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. I'd like to be appointed to the Miami-Dade County Tourist Development Council.
Also,
I mean, you have 1, 2,
I only have 2.
But one goes with the other one.
Yes,
you got
well,
1, 2, 3, 4. You've got 4.
I move that you be appointed to the Tourism Board.
Thank you. I second.
You know why he wants to be in that board, don't you?
Why?
Because he gets early information and all the good deals to
The
travel.
flights. The cruise ships.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I move the remaining board appointments remain the same, including Commissioner Russell's.
Do we have a second?
Yes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. I believe this concludes our commission meeting.
Yes, Madam Chair, before we conclude, you can pack up, but I do need to read a statement into the record for a shade meeting we need to have at the next meeting. But there's no need for,
When is the shade meeting?
When is the shade meeting?
it's concerning a litigation case that is.
When?
I'm sorry?
For when?
For next meeting, the
Okay.
February 24th.
Okay.
So it's
Okay.
I'm sorry?
No, we had an executive session.
Correct. So everyone can pack up. I just need to read it into the record.
So could you please read that into the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the City Commission, pursuant to the provisions of Section 286.011, Subsection 8 of the Florida statutes, I'm requesting that at the City Commission meeting on February 24th, 2022, an attorney-client session closed to the public be held for the purpose of discussing the pending litigation in the matter of RTNS Investment Group LLC versus City of Miami, case number 14-32239 CA27, pending in the Circuit Court in Miami-Dade County, to which the city is presently a party. The subject of the meeting will be confined to settlement negotiations and strategy discussions related to the litigation expenditures. This private meeting will begin at approximately 10 a.m. or soon thereafter as the Commissioner's schedules permit, and conclude approximately 1 hour later. The session will be attended by the members of the City Commission, which include Chairwoman Christine King, Vice Chairman Joe Carollo, and Commissioners Alex Diaz de la Portilla, Ken Russell, Manolo Reyes, City Manager Art Noriega, City Attorney Victoria Mendez, Deputy City Attorneys John Greco and Barnaby Min, Senior Assistant City Attorney Christopher Green, and Assistant City Attorneys Eric Eves and Brandon Fernandez. A certified court reporter will be present to ensure the session is fully transcribed, and the transcript will be made public upon the conclusion of the litigation. At the conclusion of the attorney-client session, the regular commission meeting will be reopened, and the person chairing the commission meeting will announce the termination of the attorney-client session. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Meeting adjourned.